So let's call the meeting to order, please. And get the presentation up. And we're calling the meeting to order in memory of Sue Ludwig, who...
Oh, okay. Here, let me share screen here.
Thank you, Sean. Sue passed away earlier this year, and we are having this meeting in her memory.
Hang on here.
Oh.
So Sue passed away. I don't know if there's anybody on the GPAC that knew her personally and wishes to say something, but we just wanted to let everybody know that she's passed away. So with that, unless there's somebody that wants to say some words, I would like to move forward. So.
Lena, do you want to talk a little bit about this here? We wanted to just step back a little bit, talk about the virtual protocols. It's been a while. So we had a couple of comments we wanted to share with the GPAC. We recommend all GPAC members mute themselves during the presentation and encourage participants to turn cameras on. I think everybody's got their camera on. And then to speak, use the raise your hand button under the reaction icon. It's down in the lower right. And you toggle over it or click on it, and then you'll see the little raised hand. If you could, and there's going to be a lot of interchange tonight in the discussion, but we have a presentation kind of leading into when we go through the policies. So if you could hold your questions until pauses in the presentation or until the group discussion, that'd be great. Otherwise, raise your hand. I'm sure we can, work with you on whatever your question may be. And then GPAC members will be able to mute and unmute themselves during the large group discussion. And then if you have any issues, reach out to Lena via email and she'll be able to let the group know and then help you out, hopefully. This is the virtual protocols for the public to comment. They can participate by Zoom, e-comment, or email. There's a link, correct me if I'm wrong, Lena, on the website for linking to this, these links.
Correct, yes. So if the public goes to the redondo.org/RBTV, then the GPAC, all the recent meetings are at the top. So the GPAC meeting will be there. They can click on the meeting video to stream it from the website. They can click on the e-comment link to submit any e-comments during the meeting.
And then also the public can email planredondo@redondo.org anytime in the meeting as well. We'll be monitoring that.
Correct. And then on the agenda face page, there is a link if they'd like to register to actually speak in person and address the committee in person. We do have one person signed up to tonight to speak on the one item on the agenda. And but anyone can so at any time during the meeting to register to speak in person as well. The e-comments can also be submitted anytime during the meeting, and they will be read out loud. Or email. We'll accept email as well, and we'll be happy to read the emails out loud as well to planredondo@redondo.org.
Thank you, Lena. And then Chair, I can turn it back over to you to, here's the agenda that we've got this slide for. And I think you were called to order the meeting, I want to say. Oh, you're muted, Nick.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yes, we are called to order, and now we'll have a roll call, please.
Yes. And then, so I'm going to go through the roll call, each member at a time, alphabetical order. And then, so if you can just prepare to unmute yourselves, announce that you're present, and then you can go back to mute yourselves. So Member Bajaj.
Present.
Member Karzan.
Present.
Member Eller.
Present.
Member Funabashi.
Present.
Member Gaddis.
Present.
Member Hannon.
Present.
Member Kilroy.
Here.
Member Lamb.
Present.
Member Light.
Present.
Member McKenzie.
Present.
Member Moses.
Present.
Member Nafisi.
Here.
Member Pinsler.
Here.
Member Samaras.
Present.
Member Sanchez.
Present.
Member Simpson.
Here.
Member Solomon. I believe he requested an excused absence. Member Stoddard. And I believe he requested an excused absence as well. Member Shemansky.
Here.
Member Turner. Member Turner. Member Voisey.
Here.
Member Waller.
Here.
And Chair Bureau.
Present. Please, in your own office, please stand for this salute to the flag.
You have a flag, Lena? Yeah.
We have a flag. Hey. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, which stands one nation,
Under God, indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any recommended changes, or can we call for the approval of the order of the agenda?
So move. I'll second.
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 We have a second. Yes, all those in favor, do we do a roll call vote? Or can we just do?
If the group's okay, let's just ask for any dissenting votes.
Okay.
So if anyone votes no, please.
Do we have any dissenting votes? So ordered then. Let's move on then. We have consent calendar, affidavit posting, meeting minutes. Do we have any comments on the meeting minutes from December 3rd? Can we move to approve those, please?
Or can we move? Well, there's two items on the consent calendar. So if there's none to be pulled, is there a motion to just approve both items on the consent calendar?
I'll make the motion to approve consent calendar.
Second.
Seconded. Any dissenting votes? Hearing none, then so ordered. Let's move forward then to excluded consent calendar items. Do we have any public comments here? We're not going to take any right now.
Right. No. No. There's no excluded consent calendar, and there's no public comment at this point.
Okay. So we have no public hearings. We have items continued from previous agendas. We have none. So let's just go right into our presentation then.
Good. Thank you, Chair. Consent items, none. So we'll start this with just a few announcements and updates, kind of get everybody up to speed on what's been happening in the last year or so. If you recall, ACAP, the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan, got adopted by the City Council December 8th of 2020. Where it is right now, we've got contracts executed. We are underway writing the zoning ordinance amendments that would serve to activate the ACAP, as well as it incorporates a pretty extensive parking analysis to see if we can come up with some more flexible parking standards along the corridor, as well as there's a somewhat minor amendment that reduces the regulations on how we can locate office development. So that's happening as we speak. We're working with the consultants on that, and we'll be looking to take the ordinance amendments to the City Planning Commission and City Council in this probably spring and summer of next year. The local hazard mitigation plan that got adopted in July of 2020 and then approved by FEMA and Cal OES in 2020. That's related to the last bullet point on here that I'll get to in a minute. The draft land use plan got adopted by the City Council on June 15th earlier this year. And then our housing element was adopted by the City Council October 5th, or just last month. And it's currently with Housing and Community Development Department of the state. We're waiting for our certification. We'll see what kind of comments come back. And then the city has numerous efforts underway to address state housing legislation. And if I may call on our Community Development Director, Brandy Forbes, she is working diligently on all the efforts. If she could maybe say something about that.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Earlier this year, joined with the Orange County Council of Governments to challenge the overall RENA number, the number of housing units that the state is supposed to come up with, and that just breaking down over time into smaller and smaller groups. And then when we get our RENA number, it was pretty high and had some major impacts on our draft land use plan. So the city is challenging that. The city also just approved challenging in the courts the SB 9 that was recently adopted that basically takes our single family residential and converts it where up to 4 units can be located on what's currently a single family lot. So challenging that as well. We're going to be doing an urgency ordinance in 2 weeks from tonight to at least implement what we can locally to put some restrictions on that. And, just in general, the city has been opposing the different legislation, but as well, there's support for amending the state constitution and really eliminating the state overriding local controls. So both an amendment proposal at the state level as well. There's the initiative that our mayor is a part of that's also challenging that. So we are definitely working on it. I know that GPAC had mentioned that last year, the concern and frustration with all of these state requirements that come down on us and that we have to address. That doesn't mean that we haven't been addressing them. It just means that we're also finding ways to try and challenge that and keep your eyes and ears open and what comes of these different litigation and challenging efforts.
Thank you very much, Brandy. I know you're working hard on those. So the last item is just kind of a heads up for something coming or going to the Public Safety Commission next month. It's the vulnerability assessment and the safety element. The safety element after Public Safety Commission recommends or reviews it and then makes some recommendations. It will come back to this body when we bring all the elements back, and we'll go through that timeline in a slide or two. And this is the slide, okay? So just going forward, a real quick, what's ahead. In the next 6 to 8 months, we'll be diving into, we've got tonight's meeting on open space and conservation, and then the next 3 meetings are focused on the land use element. So we'll be getting that out to the GPAC after the first part of the year, and then diving into the goals and policies and the element itself over the next 3 meetings over the next 6 to 8 months. Then after that, we've got a final document review, a final meeting where we'll bring all the elements together and bring them to the GPAC for a final review. With that, we'll get into it a little bit tonight, or certainly quite a bit tonight probably, but implementation measures will be added and brought to this commission or committee when we start doing land use element, and we'll be bringing back implementation measures from the open space and conservation element. We'll try to squeeze that into one of those meetings upcoming. So that's where we're headed with GPAC. And then after you're done with your work, we go to community meeting 4, where we look at the draft document that comes out of this body. And that's fall 2022. And then we're on to planning commission and city council adoption hearings after that in the winter and spring of 2023. And then finally, the citywide vote and coastal commission review in the fall of 2023. So tonight's meeting, just kind of want to focus it. We're all about open space and conservation element tonight. The goals and policies will be where we do the heavy lifting. We will look at the whole element as well, but we're going to not until we finish the goals and policies discussion. We've got a few, we need to kind of set it up just a little bit, revisit some of the work you did to get here. So we have a couple of slides for that. We also want to share the community input and the Parks and Recreation Commission input, the GPACs, and then we've got about 3 slides or so on our last meeting, which was really our deep dive into this element, where we had a lot of discussion about it before we then launch into the goals and policies. And so what our plan is there's 4 sets of open space goals and policies and 3 of conservation goals and policies. So as we go through each goal and set of policies and we go through those discussions, at the end of those discussions, we'd be looking for a vote and a recommendation from the General Plan Advisory Committee on that set. And we'll just go through each one. And then at the very end, we'd have some deliberations on the entirety of the element. And then there'd be 1 vote for that. So jumping right into the prior meetings, we've actually had 6 GPAC meetings concerning open space and conservation. Really 2 deep, in-depth meetings. That was GPAC 12 in May of 2018. That was really our first, let's say, in-depth look at the element. We went through the GPAC requirements and started to get into the definitions of open space. And then we conducted a small groups study where we broke you guys off into groups, and we talked about park priorities and park infrastructure. So that's really when we got into it. And then the next 3 meetings, we rolled out a survey to the public. First, we rolled it out to your body, and then we later released it to the public. And then on that September 27th, 2018 meeting, we went through the results of the general public survey. There were 664 total responses, so it was a pretty good number of responses. And then the big meeting that we had was our last meeting on open space and conservation, the end of 2019. And we've got a slide or 2 that talks about what happened on that meeting. So here's the first one on the community input. This was the results of the online survey. We asked a number of different types of questions about, the types of amenities they'd like to see at parks, what other types of park rec elements should the city consider in addition to traditional parks, what the city should prioritize to make parks ready for 2040. And then kind of that last one is interesting, where we asked the community where they think we should focus creating additional park space. and open space areas. And it was pretty much, right down the middle, a little over 50% for North Redondo and a little under 50% for South Redondo. So that was really evenly split. So the takeaways from the general survey, the survey to the general public concerning traditional park spaces was in this order: adding more general open park space, and then providing new specialty recreation amenities, say a pool. There was a whole list of different amenities, and pool and community gardens kind of rose to the surface. And then the last one, provide new event locations like a band show. So those are the top three for traditional parks. And then for other public spaces and recreation elements, the top three were trails and paseos, and specifically improving existing walk and bike paths at the Southern California Edison right-of-way, and then access to beaches and vistas and viewpoints, and then plazas and public art. This is what our Parks and Rec Commission had to say. They reviewed the first draft, that December 2019 version, on March 11th, 2020. Our prior community services manager or director, John LaRock, presented it to them. They largely supported the approach of the document and the parks classifications. And then they had three recommended changes. They wanted to reference proposed allowance of dogs in parks if approved by the city council. And in fact, it was recently approved, but only for a few parks and only for a year. They're going to revisit it. So at this time, we didn't think something that was essentially a pilot program should be included in the general plan, which is a much longer range document, but it will be carried forward. So by the time it gets to the council, maybe they'll have made some more permanent decisions about it, and we can that could be added later. The next item was provide further specificity about the current use of school sites. And there is a fair amount in the element about the future opportunities of school sites. But what this really is a future implementation measure. So we would work that into an implementation measure, and then you'll see that when we bring those back. And the last one is note that upcoming large-scale developments include usable public open spaces as defined in our municipal code. And that's included as one of the policies, policy OS 1.5, public-private open spaces. And you'll see that when we get to it. And then this is a slide, the next couple are about your review of the first draft. And that was, our deepest dive to date. And the discussion, if you all recall, it really centered around, the multiple opinions concerning what should be included in the various park classifications. So we spent a lot of time on that, a lot of discussion. And as a result, your body requested some additional information. How does the state define open spaces and parks? How do other jurisdictions deal with it? How do they define it? So we pulled together a lot of information. Thank you, Hallie. And she created a website that we loaded all this information into. And then we coupled that with a survey that we issued to you all in June, July of 2020. And we were really asking in the survey the members to weigh in on the approach to the element, and then also specifically, the definitions and parks classifications. So
and Sean, real quick, just as a reminder, why we went to the survey was, here, the last, actual in-person meeting to talk about this was the Parks and Open Space Committee or Commission, because then COVID hit. And we weren't sure how. It took us a while to figure out what we could move forward for community meetings. How are we going to manage a community meeting or a GPAC meeting with the number of members that we have and get the information out? We didn't want to just let that sit and wait, because it took months for us to get there. So that's where we were like, we have all this information that we've pulled together. We wanted to make sure that we could get all of that information out to you in that survey format, but with that with the software program that really got you the information details.
Yes, yeah, it took us a while to figure that out. Okay, so these next two slides, they really were just revisiting the survey and the results of the survey. So that first question was reviewing various options for classifying open space and consider what approach is most practical for the city. So we went right to that the biggest issue we debated. And the results of the survey, by a vote of 15 out of 20, the GPAC chose to essentially maintain the city's existing definitions. And so that was the results of that first one by the survey. And then number two, we asked GPAC members to confirm whether the accessible portions of the SE right-of-way, which are currently used as bike and some recreation, should they be included in the city's official, let's say, park acreage? And not by a large margin, the GPAC voted 11 to 9 GPAC members confirmed that the SE right-of-way recreational area should be included as it was proposed in the first draft element, meaning, that it is in our parks acreage calculations. So that was a vote on that one. Number three, we asked the committee members to review the results of the survey to the general public and confirm or determine if they agreed with the top three priorities for additional park amenities from the public survey. And I went through those before. And the results of that was a pretty overwhelming majority that the GPAC confirmed the priorities as determined by the public in their survey. There's three more survey questions. The fourth question, we asked GPAC whether the city should prioritize park acquisition north of Artesia Boulevard, and then should this be a policy? And the GPAC voted 13 to 7, determined that this should be a priority and it should be a policy. And I can tell you, hopefully you've had an opportunity to get into the policies there. We revisited that as staff, and I wanted to explain that a little bit. And we looked at the maps that are in the element that talk about proximity to parks, the walking distance, as well as populations. And we really, in studying that map, realized there not only was the northwest area of Redondo Beach, let's say, in somewhat of a deficient park area, there was also a couple of other locations. So we, based on the information from the maps, we added those to the policy, and you'll see that when we get to it. The fifth question, we asked GPAC to choose what park acquisition and improvement strategies should the city prioritize in the policies. And we had a few options: require new parkland, less than a half acre, greater than a half acre, or improve other types of green spaces like the right-of-way in Wiley Sump, and then improve existing parks, add new amenities. And then the last one was pursue all the strategies. And really, they kind of came out equal. There was one that was had a little bit more votes, and that was improve other types of green spaces. For example, SC right-of-way and Wiley Sump, but they were all fairly close. Then the final question, we asked committee members whether they agreed with some comments from committee members to generally simplify the document. And the summary or the results of that question were, by a vote of 16 to 4, the GPAC confirmed that the level of detail of the December 2019 draft element should remain. But I will say that we did get all the additional comments that we did receive, and we were receiving them after the December 2019 meeting, as well as after the survey, did say generally recommended that the language of the element should be clear and concise and simple. So it has been simplified a little bit and clarified and a little more concise. which is my segue for the next slide. And if I may, I might tap Hallie to run through this. She's been putting these, the first draft next to the second and really scrubbing it. And if she could walk through this for the group, that'd be great.
Yeah, so we took all of that input that we heard from you guys since December of 2019 and updated the element to reflect the changes in classifications and acreages that were largely presented to you guys in the survey that Sean referenced. And we reorganized that section of the element to really reflect how we changed those classifications and to clarify in our tables what we were counting towards our parkland ratio and what we were not. And then in addition to those kind of primary changes, we made some other changes to the organization of the document to make it a little bit more clear and simple and concise. So, per your recommendation, we removed the discussion of blue zones and we moved the whole discussion of state laws from the beginning of the document to the end. So you get into the meat of what we're talking about just a little bit earlier. And then beyond that, we made some kind of minor text edits throughout to remove overlapping information where the text got a little repetitive, and also to clarify some definitions and the intent of a couple of statements in there. And then in addition to those really text edits to the document, we made a couple of changes to the policies as they were drafted in 2019. Two of those had to do with resiliency measures. As Sean mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, we are currently working on the vulnerability assessment and the safety element update. And there's always a little bit of crossover between the elements. And so we added in language to one policy and added a second policy to help address some of the resiliency issues that we were seeing coming out of the vulnerability assessment that were appropriate for this element. And then we also added language to reference the art impact fees that the city already charges in our development impact fee policy. So, and that's a pretty broad overview of the changes. We did a more detailed summary of what changed that was available on the link that Sean sent out before the meeting. So if you scroll down to the changes, you can see a little bit more detail about what we updated since the last draft.
Thank you, Hallie. So before we dive in, we're at the point now where we're going to get into the actual goals and policies. But we wanted to just a little brush up on, what is a goal, what is a policy, and what are implementation actions. So goals are statement of desired future conditions toward which efforts, regulations, and use of resources are directed. So that's the highest level where you're just envisioning a future condition. So that is your goal. And remember the term of a general plan is 20 plus years. So it's a desired future condition. That's your goal. Policies are statements that guide decision-making and specify an intended level of public commitment on a subject. So they're a little bit more granular. We use the policies fairly regularly when we're reviewing in the various entitlements that we review, and we're making findings that it's consistent with a particular policy that we'll actually call out. So they translate to the actual review of the physical development that we process here. So they're a little bit more detailed. And then implementation actions, these are very specific actions to take place in the next 1 to 10 years to make progress towards that specific goal. So it's it's almost a strategic plan measure that is very specific, extension of the goal and then the policy. And we'll have a number of implementation actions, that There's one or two per policy that we'll be bringing back. So with that,
A raised hand.
oh, we have a raised hand? Yes.
We have 2 raised hands. So if we want to do Jim and then Sheila.
Great. Jim, you want to go ahead?
Sure, thanks. So we're going to get into the details, and I think this is a much improved document, but I do want to flag that, I understand why we did surveys, but I don't think surveys is necessarily a way to arrive at consensus or to get to the nuanced discussions that we had been able to have when we were meeting, in meetings together. And I missed that going back and forth because each of us has a different perspective, and we may not have understood or we may have read into the survey differently than one another. And so I don't necessarily put a lot of weight in the survey results. And likewise, I didn't see, and I don't know what the split of the public inputs, how many were North Redondo residents versus South Redondo residents that responded. So you had that split there, but we don't know how many people responded. I tend to agree, North Redondo is more Park 4 than South Redondo, but there's some big opportunities coming up in South Redondo too that the city shouldn't neglect, and he reflected them, I think, appropriately in here. But that certainly, wasn't part of the survey. So I just wanted to get that in before we go into the detailed deep dive. I'm hoping we can discuss more than just policies as we go forward. Like one comment I'll give here is, there's some, I wouldn't call them definitions, but there's text that goes along describing what each of the sections is. I think it would be better for the understanding of this document to just do like we do in kind of the rest of the city ordinances, put just a definition section and say, what's a park, what's public open space, what's regular open space, that kind of thing up front. So as you're reading through this, because these words pop up all over the place, the definitions have been set from the very start, and you have better comprehension right from the start, and a concise definition versus a paragraph where you're trying to read into what that definition is. And that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Sheila.
Hi. Shall I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Or may I speak? So I have 3 questions. One is on the implementation plan. Does that include any additional ordinances for the municipal code?
Specifically, yes. It would cite depending on the policy, the implementation measure would cite, if it's related to a future text amendment to the zoning ordinance, that specific amendment, that it would be, that would be the implementation of that policy, a amendment to the zoning ordinance to do whatever it is that policy is guiding us to try to incorporate into our business.
Right. And I was actually also interested in the water resources, the LID. There's a code. I don't know the number right at this moment, but so that would be included. Is that correct? Anything in the municipal code.
Yeah, Sheila, that was actually an example I was about ready to talk about, was when you're dealing with that stormwater, it may not be in the zoning code, but it is in the municipal code. So it would be appropriate to have an implementation action. It doesn't have to be zoning. It could be in a section of the code that pertains to that policy.
Right. It's 5-7.113 parentheses C is the one, the LID standard. So that's what I was curious about, the relationship between the implementation plan and the municipal code. So thank you for that. Second is there any chance that we will have meetings in person in 2022? Silence?
I don't have that crystal ball. I think we had hoped that we would be there this year, but the Delta variant and other things changed that for us. So we're monitoring it, but right now the city council is, as long as the emergency order is there, is continuing to monthly continue the online meetings.
Okay, no plans as of now.
No, and I know that we have like that wishful thinking in some of the documents, like next meeting could be, it could be this.
Okay, thank you. And my real quick, the third question, I concur with Jim Light in regards to the definitions. As you know, in the municipal code, there's a number of sections that just list those definitions of what is being referred to. That would be extraordinarily helpful for the reader of this document. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Well, I think at this point where the next slide starts this, the actual goals and policies discussion. But what we wanted to do was we're going to switch gears a little bit. We received some detailed comments, track changes, and other comments on the element from Jim Light on Sunday, which has given us a chance to go through those. And there's a lot of really good comments, a lot of really substantive policies and track changes in there. So what we were going to do is we'd work off of that. We'll go right to the policies of that and kind of introduce that set of goals and policies. And then, we turn it over to the chair for discussion of the policies. And you'll see on there the proposed edits that Jim has as well. So we figured it would expedite the discussion a little bit. Instead of rolling through and then going back and then pulling up Jim's, we'll just do it all at one time. And if that's all right with the group, we're going to go ahead. And Hallie, could you pull that up?
And Sean, I do want to acknowledge, I'm not sure if you may
Yes.
mention it, but we did receive some additional comments and recommended additional policies from committee member Lamb. So we'll definitely want to address those. I think they're in addition to, and so, as we see, maybe there's a goal that some of those policies might fit under that we already have, or if there's additional goals that we may, need to consider, we'll make sure that we have that.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
And then I'd just like to note, Chair, that there is one person signed up to speak on this item whenever the committee would like to hear them.
Can we take care of that now before we get started on this? I think that would be appropriate. So,
Yes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Holly, you can go ahead and unmute.
I got to get to my right screen though. Don't start yet.
Okay.
No worries.
And Holly, I know you wanted me to share something as well. Is that correct? Do you want me to go ahead and share what you sent?
Yeah, I sent it to some other people so if I had their address. Yeah, you can.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
All right, and I can start. Okay, good evening. This is Holly Osborne, District 5 in North Redondo. My comments tonight are drawn from the guidelines in the agenda packet and some definitions provided by Santa Monica. I thought I was going to clarify some points, but I think I have ended up introducing more questions. With climate change, we are having more extremes in terms of heat and floods and droughts. Going forward, we should therefore implement guidelines that consider these factors. And one factor that links floods and droughts is permeable land. And one factor that correlates with heat is, quote, green coverage. But I think green coverage might be different than permeable land. So let's consider permeable land first. This is the definition from that Santa Monica document. Permeable land surfaces will decrease the potential for runoff by allowing a percentage of the water landing on the parcel to directly seep into the ground. Examples include natural drainage, 2 is green strips and gravel beds. And 3 is porous asphalt, pervious concrete, and permeable pavers. I didn't even know those existed. So there's a diagram from that document. There's a house. You can see the Hollywood driveway of the car with the green grass in the middle and some pavers and stuff for parking, which have permeable land. So let's just fill in my, this is just a picture. And then I've got this other picture for a commercial example of porous asphalt. There's this is after a rainstorm and there's no water on the surface. I wanted to know, do we have any kind of this asphalt anywhere in Redondo Beach? How many times have you gotten your feet soaked walking across the flooded parking lot during or after a heavy rainstorm? So I'm not familiar with any porous asphalt type guidelines, but if we're serious about capturing rainwater, we should develop some standards. And now on to green coverage. I talked about it briefly at a planning commission because I was interested in heat and tree canopies and heat-related deaths and so forth. And a large part of green coverage and canopies is on residential land. But tonight I'm going to talk about green coverage on public land and how it relates to open space. Some of you remember the council meeting where I talked about Aviation Park and how there used to be some tennis courts there and more green land. However, the city wanted to expand the parking for the Performing Arts Center and converted some green land in the tennis courts to parking spaces. When I protested at the time, I was told by a city councilman that a parking lot is open space. And I want to note that the city of Redondo had voted to preserve Aviation Park. So I have a question for you. How much of our open space is green and how much is not? And I'll let you count gyms and related buildings as part of the open space, but I won't let you count parking lots. So what's the figure? And let me remind you, this is the last sentence, why this is important. During the recent RENA exercise, some people saw the parking lot at Aviation and thought housing. Let's convert, and they said, let's convert the parking lot to housing. And I say, no, if the parking lot is converted into anything, it should be back to recreational uses because that's what it was zoned for and that's what the people voted on. End.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, and that's, and let me just check if there's any e-comments that came in. Let me refresh that screen real quick. No e-comments, and then no emails. So for the time being, that concludes the public comment. Sure.
Okay, well, let's move on then to the presentation. Thank you. While the presentation comes out, can we take Bob's question?
Actually, it's a comment. I'm just wondering if Holly could keep that as an artifact, since under state law, that lot will no longer be what it is. Thanks.
I'm working on pulling every time I try to share my screen, my Zoom quits. So bear with me for a moment here.
Bob, can you say that again? Just a little slower.
I was just saying that the illustration will be an artifact very soon, considering state law, that what will be on that property will no longer be what is alleged to be on that property.
The SB9.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Glad we can laugh at it now.
If you want, Hallie, you can maybe email that to Lena.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's too, I don't think it's too big.
Let me try one more thing.
Okay. Okay. All right. We there? Okay. All right. Thank you, Hallie. So this is our first. Okay, I'm not muted. This is our first goal OS-1, quantity, location, and access. The goal, I'm just going to read the goal and then just, kind of note each policy. So the goal is a comprehensive, accessible, and well-balanced network of high-quality parks, public spaces, and recreational facilities that enhances the livability, wellness, and connectivity of the community. And we have, let's see, do we have 10 policies on this, I think? Yes, and then I think those other policies are from committee member Light. So the first, can you scroll up a little, Howie? Yeah, so the first policy is parkland standard, and this is where we have our minimum park acreage standard of 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 with an aspiration of 5 acres per 1,000 residents.
Well, can you hold on real quick, Sean?
Yeah.
Hallie, is there any way that you could zoom in a little bit more?
Oh yeah, maybe, huh?
Just a little harder
Oh, there we go.
for experienced eyes to read.
Redrawn. For those of us that have really experienced eyes, we can't see anything.
And then,
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Brandy. Yes, that helps. The second policy is about service area. And this is kind of what I was referring to earlier, where we prioritize development of new parks where there are underserved areas of the city, defined as those with both high population density and access to limited number of park acres. So that's where we overlaid those 2 maps that are in the element itself. And those turn out to be in the northwest of the city, and then kind of the central area between PCH and Prospect, north of City Hall, and then down in the south, very south, I think, kind of east area of the city. So then our next one is OS-13, new parkland and recreation facilities. This is a policy that's got that's a track change from committee member Light at the end. And so that talks about acquiring land to create additional high quality resident serving parkland, including regional communities. So acquiring additional land to create our parks, and then prioritize opportunities on the AES site and Southern California Edison right of ways. So that's from committee member Light as an addition. Staff and the consultant, we have no issue with that addition.
Yeah, the just add to that, the city council has actually acknowledged wanting to prioritize those areas, both looking at opportunities to purchase a portion of AES, as well as conducting a study on those SCE right-of-ways and how they could be decommissioned. So I think that falls in line with what the city is already pursuing.
And then the next policy, 1.4, is about new public spaces, and that's kind of dual purpose. For some areas that serve as infrastructure, like Wiley Sump, for example. And then we have some of these other public spaces that have come up through the discussions that you've had. Streetlets, for example. The next policy is public-private open spaces, and that was the Parks and Commission recommendation as well, was getting these open spaces, usable public open space on private development. This next, the area in blue, that's from committee member Light, and it's got some specific details. Hallie, we had some comments on this. There we go. We saw this, let's see, as an implementation measure, And certainly what will happen is that, this is revisiting how we define that usable public open space. And that what we would do is take what Committee Member Light has here and draft this as an implementation measure that we would amend the zoning ordinance and with some of these issues, if concurred by the GPAC, with some of these issues in that implementation measure called out so that we're, kind of targeting some of these comments in the implementation measure, and then we'll be realizing the actual zoning ordinance amendment. So that was our kind of comment on that. OS 1.6, non-residential development, encourage non-residential development, including commercial centers, mixed-use projects. This is the same type of, the same actually usable public open space on non-residential development, mixed-use projects. And then Committee Member Light had the same comment, and we would roll his comment into an implementation measure. And then we would see it realized in the actual amendment to the zoning ordinance for public, usable public open space. The next policy, joint use agreements. This is where, we're talking about working with the school district and getting some joint use agreements in place to expand park and recreational opportunities. And again, there'd be an implementation that would get in a little bit more detail. Maybe there are some specific schools that would lend themselves to that. But we'll be having some implementation measures with this. The next policy, 1.8, access. This is just a general policy providing, connectivity to our open spaces and recreational areas, and making sure we're accommodating all the different modes of transportation. The next policy, 1.9, urban greening. Again, increasing our street trees and other urban forest elements, providing more shade. And then Committee Member Light had some comments on this one, emphasizing drought-tolerant native plants and habitat expansion. And then develop residential and commercial standards that prohibit artificial turf. And I think we're saying there, again, as an implementation measure, we'll roll in the, commercial standards for that, but we definitely agree with emphasizing drought-tolerant native plants. And I think we had talked about when we were reviewing this over the last couple of days, moving that to the conservation element. But so those are our comments on Jim's. So keeping that first half for sure, and then implementation for the remainder, and then habitat going to the conservation. Policy OS 1.10, regional trails. Again, this is, kind of coordinating with neighboring jurisdictions, connecting to regional trails that are adjacent to the city. And then Jim had some additional comments, including the Manhattan and Hermosa Beach Greenbelt and Strand bicycle and pedestrian connections, creating a green belt to the sea, and staff and the consultant thought that was a good addition. And then the other, I think, is prioritize connectivity to the Hermosa Greenbelt. It's a greater level of detail that we would put into an implementation measure. So removing it from the policy and then bringing it back as an implementation measure. The next is, this is a new policy, the 11th policy, open space in multifamily residential development. And we, again, this for us is, we're looking at now, outdoor living space is the set of regulations in our zoning ordinance that deal with this. Our planning commission is really interested in this right now. We're about to engage them further on it and ask for the council's I guess, blessing to review the city's open outdoor living space requirements. And that's what we saw this speaking directly to that. And
Yeah, and going back to that goals, policies, implementation items, that's something we see in that, less than 10-year time frame of this being implemented. So it does feel like it's something that's more in the implementing to make sure that the regulations are more attuned to providing that high quality usable space.
Correct. Then the last one, 12 is another policy proposal from Committee Member Light, and it's public coastal views. Public coastal views are a valuable resource. Public coastal views include views of the beach, King Harbor and its marinas, cliffs of Palos Verdes, the ocean, and Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. In improving future development, the city shall preserve and enhance existing public coastal views. What did we say about that one, you guys? Can you scroll over a little, Hallie? I'm sorry. It's my picture of everybody. Let me move that. Sorry. So as a coastal asset in policy, so we've incorporated this in the next set of policies. And then implementation would be, we see this as, identifying viewpoints and public viewpoint as a implementation measure, as a priority item to implement this. But we've moved this as a coastal view in the next body of open space.
And to that point, I want to point out that Committee Member Lamb she had recommended additional goals for open space, and she had a goal that scenic vistas, viewpoints, and view resources are maintained or enhanced. And there's some different policies under there. Whether they end up being policies, defined more as policies, and then have some of those as implementation items, we can discuss that. But that's something to consider. That was in the top interest in that public survey, and was that the scenic and public views. But I think they're going to the point of what we could do to implement that is we need to identify what qualifying as a prominent public viewpoint and evaluating ways to protect. Like, for example, if you're just saying, well, anywhere should have a public viewpoint, well, then obviously nothing would have any development. I could walk on Catalina and not see the waterfront except for when I go past Zuliger or when I get to Veterans. But if we want to protect it from certain specific areas where those vistas are, that may be something that we consider as either an additional, focusing that as an additional goal or having that as additional policies under one of these goals.
So that wraps up our first goal and set of policies. So at this point, we've got a lot of raised hands. Nick, do you want to manage the discussion?
Yeah.
Do we want to take any clarification questions about the policies first?
Well, I actually want to start out with that. I want to get clarification on two specific items. The first one is the bike path, not counting the bike path itself as open space, and just sort of the I'm not going to say the danger of that, but if we have a green belt to the sea, would the physical path itself count as open space? If not, then we would have to be consistent throughout other properties that have dedication that require bike path implementation. So is that something that would be specific to the surface only of the bike path, or any project that provides a green belt that would be additional open space adjacent to it, would that count? So I think it's get clarification that it's if it's the surface only that doesn't count, that we clarify that. And it's consistent throughout, that it doesn't count in some places or others. And the second question for clarification is, if you remove the count of balcony space as open space on multifamily, what are the ramifications on legal non-conforming uses going forward should any property need to be rebuilt and cannot comply with that? And is that a issue that we would have with many properties that could not meet the open space requirements as constructed?
Maybe if I may, I'll take a stab at that second one. The provisions within our existing zoning ordinance for legal non-conforming uses they're continue forever. And then we have specific for when that structure is damaged beyond a certain point. I mean, that's a real zoning ordinance related question. And that's what we would get into when we actually exercise the implementation measure. So I don't know if, it's appropriate in the general plan discussion to get into legal non-conforming issues. So I would respectfully just kind of leave it at that. I think as far as the decision on a future, let's say, green space or green belt being incorporated into our traditional parklands acreage, I think we would just measure it up against is it consistent with the other categories? And you brought up the bike path of the SCE, right within the SCE right away. So, my inclination as a planner would be that a green belt that has, access, either bike or pedestrian, that's would fall into that same category. And should be.
Which category is that? The green
That's the
belt?
parkland.
So a bike trail does count or it does not count?
It does currently, as we've defined them as separate standalone elements in a larger, let's say, recreation area. We did include that into our actual park calculation. So I would, my thought would be any future development would also fall into that category. That was similar in kind. So a dedicated trail, not shared with a roadway, but dedicated trail that has bicycle and pedestrian access would probably be, treated in kind the same.
Okay. So can I move forward and start getting questions from folks? So let's go through and I'll put my hand down. Jim Light, go ahead. Member Light.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Thank you. So a couple comments. I'll start with a question. We keep talking about this implementation measure or plan. Will we see that before we're done here, or is that something that happens after all of this? And where is it captured? Is it a part of this element, or is it separate?
It would be part of the element as the last, at least that's how it's set up currently. We have the goals and policies and then the implementation measures. We really will be bringing it with the land use element because we have a little bit, we'll bring that implementations for land use when we bring land use, probably after the first meeting. But on this one, we're focused on the policies only. We kind of have to nail those down before we create the implementation measures. So this go around, we're going to be, and we will bring those back. So to answer your question, yes, we would bring back proposed implementation measures.
My concern is, we've been talking about this even before GPAC ever started. A lot of these things that I'm incorporating here are concerns of the public for years that never made it into the implementing ordinances. For whatever reasons, it's just tough to get them consolidated and put in. So I would not want to see this just kind of, trust me, we'll get to it in the future.
Totally
So-
agree with that, Jim. You know, and although our the ACAP and the local hazard mitigation plan were not technically elements, they were parts of this. Both have implementation measures. And as Sean mentioned, even with the ACAP, we're already moving on some of those implementation measures. So we see this going forward, even if it wasn't in, you know, the prior version of this from decades ago. We see it as very important. So this isn't just a plan that sits on a shelf or is pulled out when you need to do an approval, but is really about giving some direction forward.
Okay, so then I'm okay with the recommendation to move 1.5 and 1.6 back into the implementation measure. I would like to see a shorter, concise version just saying, hey, we have some concerns on what is considered, you know, open space in each of these elements, and those will, you know, those will be further defined or whatever, you know, high quality and all of that kind of stuff. But all of these things that I've included in here in 1.5 or 1.6 are things that developers have tried to sneak in as counting as open space, and we were shocked when the city actually accepted it. And so that's why we're very, because they said, you know, well, we don't have anything written, so we can't reject it. That was the excuse at the time. This is to put teeth in it to say, yeah, if you put in, you know, a bike path next to the street, that's not going to count. If you decorate the right of way, you know, that's not public open space. And like we saw in the Center Cal thing, they had some green spaces that the public could never get to, and they counted that in their open space element. And when they did the comparison of the before and the after, they didn't count perimeter sidewalks in what was public open space. But then when they counted for the Center Cal plan to say they met the same amount, they counted it. And so, you know, this is to take out that ambiguity that we have. And then the other one that we wanted to counter was when AES put their initiative in, you know, they wanted to count medians and roads and bioswales as public open space. And you know, we just want to make clear it's not what we consider usable public open space. So that gets to 1.5 and 1.6. As you talked to 1.7, I had a question. You know, we have about the schools. I think that's good. You know, getting a is there any potential of including BCHD in that?
Kind of broke up there, Jim. What was that? I'm sorry.
It sounds like somebody has a live mic or something. On 1.7, we talk about the schools, which I think is great, but is there any, can we include BCHD as they do whatever they do?
That's a great idea because, you know, that they are an agency, they're a public agency, and that, you know, there's nothing that says you can't do those kind of, you know, figure out those joint use agreements.
You know, in our meetings with them, that was a big part of the project that we were hearing about that was going to, you know, be usable for, you know, the city. So yeah, that's a great idea, actually.
Okay, then going to 1.10, the regional trails. I just want to, you know, Nick brought up a good point. You know, we did rule out, as we were talking, you know, one of the things that was a point of contention was counting the bike track on Harbor Drive as park space or public open space, whatever, and taking credit for it. And I think that's one of the things we were against. But if you have a green belt similar to what, you know, similar to what's in North Redondo under the right of way, or what's in Hermosa and Manhattan, and you happen to have a bike path in the middle, I agree with your assessment, Sean, that should be included in it. But if it's just picking up part of a road, we should not count it. Or if it's a perimeter thing to a development, you know, we should not count that. And I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question or / comment is about policy or related to policy OS 1.4. More specifically, it's been brought up a couple of times about, you know, possibly trying to do something with a space like Wiley Sump. I'm just curious, you know, is that really doing is it really possible to do something with spaces like that? One, because it's a great big hole in the ground. And two, we have some neighbors, shall we say neighbors in quotes, that live there who might not want to give up their housing and find their ways into our neighborhood. Specifically, there's coyotes and other things that live in there. And so is it realistic? Because if I'm just curious how that could be done. And then what happens to wildlife that lives in there? Now they start knocking on Sheila's door, who lives right down the street from Wiley Sump or Bob Pinsler's, or even mine. You're driving wildlife out into our neighborhoods potentially. On top of the fact that it's a hole in the ground, what could realistically be done with something like that?
Yeah, I mean, through an implementation measure for that policy, a study of, unintended consequences, for example, and environmental impacts, on existing habitats, for Wiley Sump as an example. And it would be something, Public Works Department along with.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood, but is there a point where the reality is, where it's not realistic? Is there a definition should we pursue this?
You mean that?
Does it make sense to try and do something with the space like that? And maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I just wanted to ask a question.
I mean, it's a value judgment. Right now, we're saying yes, there is. There is that's what this policy is proposing. There is value in converting some spaces that are just infrastructure now into some additional use that dual purpose for recreation enjoyment. Maybe it's just nature enjoyment. It's just an open space, and now you have access, with trails, and maybe there's some signage about the native species, and maybe those are introduced and invasive species are removed, and things like that. Right now, it's a value judgment that there is some purpose to that, to add some recreational opportunities, or to try to get recreational opportunities out of something that we don't use now.
Wait, Sean, you're just saying that in general.
Yes.
About the Wiley Sump. So the Wiley Sump would need to be determined, like that implementation note that Hallie just made of, studying the feasibility before just converting, right? So you'd want
Right.
that, yeah. I think that would be important to have that kind of implementation direction on that. There may be a good reason why they're inaccessible or underutilized.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I just felt like I needed to say something about that, because I think there's a lot of feasibility study that would need to be done, not just specifically with Wiley Sump, although that implies, but other spaces like that maybe there's a reason it hasn't been done previously. That's all. Thank you.
Member Simpson.
Yes, thank you. My it's essentially a question, and it would be 1.9. We could take a look at that. So the last part of that's been added, develop residential and commercial standards that prohibit artificial turf without a specific variance. What's behind that? Why are we suggesting that? I mean, in some areas, turf makes sense and actually preserves water and that sort of thing, as I understand it. And do we need some specific regulations of when turf gets applied? What's driving that suggestion? I don't understand it.
That was committee member Light, who proposed that, we felt as staff that, again, it wasn't appropriate in the policy. It was appropriate to bring that back as an implementation measure. And it's really about, just ensuring that urban greening is about live plant material, I think is what the intention is here. Unless, and there is a caveat there, and we can flesh that out when we bring it back. If there could be some circumstances, to your point, where there is, some evolution maybe in artificial turf, or that, and also the conservation of water with artificial turf.
Yeah, I think the water department now, as I recall, if you replace a small amount of your yard, they'll subsidize you to put in turf so you don't have to water it. And I think maybe I'm remembering that policy incorrectly, but that would seem to fly in the face of what the water company's trying to do.
I can address why I put it in there if you care to hear.
Yes, please.
So we've noticed at least in South Redondo, I don't walk North Redondo very often except when I'm shopping up there or I help on the right of way. But there is a vast proliferation of artificial turf going in front yards and right of ways and things like that. When you I took out my infrared thermometer and went from a sidewalk to regular turf to astroturf or whatever you call it. And the temperature difference just between the sidewalk and the artificial turf in the sun was 20 degrees hotter on the artificial turf. And it was about 40 degrees warmer than grass. So urban warming is one of the first things. It becomes just another almost hardscape from a heating perspective. And it heats up they usually put sand underlayment. The heat transfers to the sand and then it re-radiates it. So from a thermal perspective, it's a negative because it's raising temperatures. Higher than sidewalks, not quite as high as a street because the street's black. Secondly, all these things are made of petrochemicals and there's no way to prevent the petrochemicals from getting into our sewer systems, into the ground and things like that. We know there's a proliferation of microplastics that's getting into the food chain. So that's the second. The third is they are now starting to treat these things with chemicals that cause the water to just flow through without doing any filtering. So, if dog pees on it, it just washes off. And all that does is move the pollutants down closer to the aquifers. So the fourth thing, I'm losing count. The fourth thing is a lot of companies are saying these are now recyclable, but yet I have not found one company that can show me an instance where they've actually recycled it. They install, they leave it, and then when someone wants to replace it years later, they just rip it out and throw it away. So it's not that, these companies are advertising recyclability. It's just adding to our plastics pollution. And then the last one is that the ground underneath AstroTurf is dead. There's a lot of mycorrhizal fungi when you have natural plants that help with filtering, with cleaning out pollutants and things like that. That area, the soil underneath artificial turf is devoid of any of that because there is no biological functions. And then you lose bugs and then you lose bird habitat when you do that. So it's a chain effect that we're further reducing the habitats for even urbanized birds and animals and things like that. So those are the reasons why we should tightly control it. I think something like the aviation park is a good use of it because it's a playing field and you'd wear out grass all the time. But there's an apartment complex or condo complex right around the corner, ripped out all their bushes, all their shrubs, all their grass, and they just put in, it's a green carpet of AstroTurf. And it's not just ugly, but it's hotter there now. And like I said, has a lot of environmental impact. And the more this spreads, the worse it is.
Yeah, I think, Jim, to your points, a lot of that gets installed is also not installed in such a way to address where there could be benefits from it. Like you were mentioning, when you're talking about doing a synthetic turf field, like playing field, there are, there's all different kinds of stormwater storage mechanisms and ways to address a lot of that filtering and the issues that you're mentioning. But those are also done, the gone out to bid and actually installed in such a way. So I think that makes sense. But going to that point of developing that standard, I think that would be something that would be the implementation item. Because I would hope that we would do that in less than 20 years.
Yeah, I'm okay with it being implementation item, as long as we get to see it before it goes out.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Member Pincer.
Okay, let me unmute there. A couple of things. First of all, if we were to remove all of the unrealistic things in this document, we'd have a one-pager. So the idea about, the Wiley Sump, the comment about that, I think it's worth looking at, but to suddenly put a restriction on unrealistic things, I think is disingenuous. I've looked in this document, I don't see anywhere a definition of what is meant by green. And I would love to be able to see that. And one other thing, and this is just a procedural thing. When we're dealing with BCHD, Nick, I think you need to disclose your relationship. Thank you. Okay.
Understood. And to clarify that, and so the group overall knows that I'll be working with the Beach Cities Health District on the processing of the CUP campus going forward. So anytime that anything comes up with Beach Cities Health District, I will recuse myself. Thank you, Member Pinter. Member Bava.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a question about, not a question, just maybe a comment about policy 1.7, the joint use agreement with the schools. I think that's a great idea. I'd like to see that have some stronger teeth in it, prioritize coordination, but just like, I guess, more of a realistic question. What if the school district says no? And, for instance, prior to the pandemic, the elementary school, which I live close to, Jefferson Elementary, the field was always open on weekends for community use. And it was very, very frequently used by the kids and heavily used. With the pandemic going in, the field has been closed to the neighborhood, and we utilized it like it was a neighborhood park. We reached out to our principal twice, once during last school year and once just last month. And he said the school district has not agreed to open those fields up in the after hours like they used to. So in the event that, policy 1.7, where it says prioritize coordination with the school district, does that guarantee a relationship can be formed or an agreement can be made? Or is prioritizing the coordination, meaning we ask, the city asks, and they can simply say no, and that's the end of the discussion?
Yeah,
because that's a fair amount of space that can be, utilized as a public benefit, as open.
Right, and that's the point of the joint part of that is that the school is going to have to be a partner in order for that to be effectuated. However, prioritizing the coordination means that we don't just give up on the conversation the first time that they say, no, we can't do that. It can be okay, so what things can we do? And continuing that conversation over the time frame of, the next 20 years and keeping that, and the conversation that may be had in the next couple of years might be something different than what it might be in 10 years. But I think that prioritizing that coordination puts it on us as a municipality to really continue having that dialogue.
Got it. So in your opinion, that would be the firmest way to state that versus something like establish joint use agreement.
Yes, I mean, to develop joint use, it's the coordination because it's an agreement that they would have to, be a co-signer on. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Member Samaras.
Just wanted to say that, yeah, I'm in favor of that idea in policy 1.4 to try to find extra space wherever we can. And then with regard to the language on artificial turf, I would just encourage staff to maybe make the language a little bit more flexible. And, you know, we're not prohibiting as a default unless somebody approves an exception. Just when you develop that implementation language to make it a little bit more flexible is what I would suggest. But I don't disagree with the intent behind that. I understand the point. I just don't want the city to get kind of stuck, you know, and not be able to move if they need to. And then on policy 1.11 regarding balconies, not counting as open space. My understanding is that usually in many cities, open space requirements in, you know, multifamily developments are usually divided between private open space for individual units and common open space in a development. So a balcony serves to meet that private open space requirement. So from the way I look at it, I don't understand why we would not count a balcony square footage as open space if it's that, you know, private balcony that somebody could use, you know. So that's my thought on that particular topic. So, and that's basically it. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Samaras. Member Nafisi.
Hi, guys. So a couple things. Thank you so much, Jim and Sheila, for highlighting, you know, the important concerns that you guys have on this plan. I had a chance to review them, and it was really nice to kind of review those and think about my own thoughts as we continue to move forward. And some of the things that just stood out to me were how we define these important terms like parks, parkettes, public space, open space, as Bob Pinsler shared, green space is how other people define them and how developers define them. Another important terms that I also saw noted was using the words like valuable and opportunities. If we don't value these things in our own document, our general plan, no one else will value them. So I thought kind of beefing up the way that we share these opportunities, and these are, you know, valuable ways that we can invest in, is also how we share as a community that these are things that we find valuable. And then on OS 1.5, it's a public-private open space. I just want to echo Jim's comments on those as well, and on the public coastal views. I mean, those are really near and dear to my heart, just making sure that we really define them as much as we can so that no one else is able to define them is really valuable as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nafisi. Member Lamb.
Okay, thank you. Two quick questions or comments. One to Phil in regards to the Wiley sump. There are cities that put perimeters around areas such as this and make them wildlife study areas, or use for the school district, making it enclosed or have docents. So there is opportunity there, just for his own reference, and other members as well. The joint use agreement, I did speak with a board member, a school board member, who was very skeptical about it. And the biggest issue is the risk for the school district in case of injury or damage of any kind. So again, one board member is skeptical about the process, but I think having a joint recreation parks and recreation class activity where it has supervision is a better, from my understanding from my conversation, that would be a better model. So just for clarity for the members and for staff here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lamb. Member Szymanski, sorry.
Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, just to recap something or bring up something about that artificial turf. The reason why the artificial turf is hotter is because of the moisture content in the grass, of course, because water has been applied to the grass, usually with a sprinkler. And the usage of the water for cooling purposes in an outdoor environment, water itself, that is, and grass is basically water, unlike something that might provide shade where there are trees. Essentially, the application of the water is what's cooling it and also providing, the area for the insects and everything else. So I do agree with Jim that it's unfortunate that there's, a heating characteristic to artificial turf, but in some cases, we may have to be suboptimal on that. Redondo Beach is not going to be the only participant in warming the environment. And sure, there's localized warming, let's say right along the path of the grass. But we have to think about the fact that you have to install a water system. You have to maintain the water system. You have to regulate the water system. And then there's use of the water itself. So I'm just going to push back a little bit on that and leave it to the judgment. I would say we should leave it to the judgment of the city, the responsible parties in the city who make that sort of a determination. That's my suggestion, and not put anything in there at all about the implementation other than that, and allow it to be handled by the appropriate party who's the city representative or employee. And the only other thing I wanted to say is that I saw Brad, Jim, and myself on the screen at the same time, and I had to turn off my screen because of the glare. Yeah. Okay, that was my comment.
Thank you. Member Waller.
Hi, I'll address a couple things. First off, I was a school board member while this started. I'm no longer a school board member, but I think I can speak pretty well to the joint use agreement questions that people had. The school district already does have joint use agreements with the city. Used to pre-COVID. There was an after-school rec program where they were using it. We have use where AYSO and Redondo Sunset, all the sports teams. So I don't know what the right language is necessarily for this. Prioritize is good. If it's a true joint use agreement, I think maybe what was discussed earlier when Sheila was talking to a school board member was just people using it as opposed to something that's actually being done through a joint use agreement like they have in Manhattan Beach, where Manhattan Beach pays the school district money and then manages and operates the facilities, and they're responsible for it. So the liability goes with them while they're doing it. I'm sure the schools would be open to some sort of thing that would help them with revenue. It's kind of weird. I agree with both what Jim Light said and with what Charlie Szymanski just said about the turf. In the right places, the ball fields, I think turf is a great solution. I have the same issue Jim has with the major heat islands that we're creating, whether it be turf or the roofs of our houses, everything else we're doing. So I don't know how we do that. I don't think it should be a strict prohibition against turf, but maybe we need to put something there that it needs to be considered, or it needs something just a little bit higher than just free reign, but not prohibited unless. And then I guess the last thing, I see the bike paths as being part of the open space because they're being used, whether you're playing soccer on a field or riding a bike on a path, you are using that public open space. So I don't really see pulling the bike paths out of the open space. I think those are my comments that I had written down.
Thank you, Member Waller. Member Kilroy.
All right, head on mute. Thank you. Boy, bike paths. I'll start there since I think it's the easiest. I think some language that basically says bike paths associated or connected to roadways wouldn't necessarily count as open space, but a bike path along a green belt like the right-of-way, different situation. Yes, I would count that. Artificial turf. I certainly hope we're not talking about personal residences with regulating artificial turf and personal residences. I understand all the issues installed. Yeah, artificial turf, I regularly referee on it. It gets hotter than when the sun's beating down. It's not fun. I wouldn't put it any place but a sports field, at least for, and if someone wanted to say no with regards to larger municipal areas, commercial areas, I don't have a problem with that either, because I agree it kind of defeats some of the purpose of trying to green up our areas. Maybe as secondary irrigation sources become more prevalent, it'll be less of an issue as far as water usage goes, and there'll be no downside to planting more greenery. With regards to facility use agreements, the school district, in my opinion, does a lousy job of opening up its schools to the community. I don't believe they live up to the Civic Center Act, and you can look that up, SB 1404, and there's another 1303. They certainly do not, how do I want to say, their ability to charge for the use of their facilities is not in keeping with that act at all. They closed the fields to the public in some of the most critical times, like winter break and Thanksgiving weekend and whatnot. They just up and say, nope, nobody can use it. They basically kowtow to the neighbors in those areas, if you ask me. So I'm against widening too many of the facility use agreements, but I am totally for doing whatever it takes to get those fields open to the public in the same manner, in the same time periods that parks are open. You know, I'm not saying 24/7, but they certainly should be made available to the parks, to the community when the school district isn't using them. Do I have another voice in the background there?
There was.
Wasn't me.
Okay.
Wasn't coming from here. Anyway, I understand the spirit behind facility use agreements. I just would not want the programming of those areas to be totally formulaic and restricted to club use. It's a good example is Aviation Park. Aviation Park is 100% utilized by pretty much one sports entity, and it's not really available to the general public. It's if you either sign up to play with that sports entity or you really don't have access to it, other than the track. I'm not talking about the track, I'm talking about the field itself. So that's my 2 cents with regards to that. And with regards to making it work, I'd suggest we get school board members who ignore school district staff, who are the ones pulling the strings, and get them to say they want the fields open to the community. And until we get school board members willing to take that stand and make that happen, we're going to be stuck with the lack of access to school facilities that the community should have because they belong to the community. I'll get off my high horse now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Kilroy. Member Voisey.
A lot of my points actually have been hit on here, so I'm just going to go add one more point on the turf side. I definitely agree with the other points where I don't think this should be in there to regulate it. For one reason is that, and I don't disagree with the logic behind it. I think what we need to do is look at smart solutions and also realize that this is going to be over a longer period of time. These things will get, and they are being addressed by future ways to handle it. So say prohibiting turf right across the line is probably not going to cut it. So I definitely try to find better wording, maybe hit more environmentally conscious or something else in there that would hit the same points, but also progress us forward with things that'll change with technology.
Thank you, Member Voisey. Member Sharzan.
Thanks. I wanted to echo what Matt Kilroy was saying about schools. Where I grew up and to this day, the schools were completely open to the community, playground, open space, blacktop, grass. And I think other communities do that. We should be able to find a way to partner with the school board here to do that. And then additionally, my experience has been with the community, all sports programs, also using the indoor gyms at schools for volleyball, basketball. I'd like to see the city pursue that. A lot of activities are hampered by not having available facilities, and the schools could really fill that void. On OS 1-1.5, I think we could also add in that public-private partnerships, community gardens. And that's all for now.
Thank you, Member Sharzan. Member Nafisi, you have your hand up still. You have another follow-up question? Okay, Member Light.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. First, I echo what Sheila said about the sumps. We don't have to convert it to an active use, but we could certainly put natives in there. And the bottom of the sump is actually a good representation of lost riparian habitat in the area. And so that would be a very valuable commodity from a restoral of native habitat perspective. On the artificial turf, I'll just touch on that. My backyard is all native. It gets watered for 20 minutes once a month during the summer, and none in the rainy season. And it's misters, it's micro sprays. So even for that 20 minutes, it's not what a normal lawn sprinkler puts out. And I guarantee it is cooler than AstroTurf. And it's not, I'm not watering it every day. So it's not losing, it's saving water while doing that. There's plenty of native and other turfs that are made to be drought tolerant and that can have things like underground water drip irrigation that does not evaporate and saves a lot of water without doing all the nasty stuff that AstroTurf does. And the last thing is right now there is no control of AstroTurf except on large projects or public projects, but anybody out there can go and convert the right of way or their front lawn or the back lawn into AstroTurf, and there's nothing the city can do to stop it. So right now there's nothing. I do think we need to do something to address it because we're losing habitat for urban birds as we build out. So even urban birds that have adapted are starting to dwindle because of the activities we're doing out there. And unless we're willing to address it, buy bees, buy birds, all for what? So you don't have to mow the lawn. Because there are other alternatives that are actually sustainable and inexpensive. And that's all I'll say on it.
Thank you, Member Light. Member Voisey, your hand still up. You have a follow-up question? Member Szymanski. Charlie.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm not on camera right at the moment, but not to get into a back and forth, but I'm thinking, Jim, your backyard's in the shade a lot. And the other thing is, of course, having a person to manage the ground on a daily basis. That's not going to happen in public space. So bottom line is for me is we designate people in the city. We pay them. They have specializations. I think that they should make the determination. Obviously, that's going to be subject to their own judgment and other policies the city might put in place. But I don't think that we should address it other than to say it will be handled by the appropriate designated responsible party in the city. So that was my bottom line on it. But I respect everybody else's opinion and yours too, Jim. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Charlie. Leslie, you have a follow-up question? You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't know where this fits in, but there's a lot of ways you can change the feel and the connectedness of the community through small changes. And I'm thinking back to, I lived in North Carolina and I moved to Albuquerque. When I looked, when I Googled the amount of park space in this community in North Carolina versus Albuquerque, there was way more in North Carolina and I was concerned. But it was great moving to Albuquerque in that with the paths and everything they created along all the arroyos, the city is very connected. And so there's just a lot of elements in that city that are greenways and parkways and transit ways for bikes and running and little parks and open space that is small, but all connected, that really creates a good feel. And so anyhow, when I think of a lot of, there's certainly big things here that are all important, but I do think there's a lot of little opportunities in the city that I'm not sure how you capture it, but having a mind to implement small things that maybe aren't impactful on their own in their own, set apart from everything else. But when they add them all up or connect them all together, it really does have a big impact. So it's kind of a mindset of not only looking for the big thing, but the small things can add up.
Okay, thank you. I want to bring back to our the open space in balconies. Are we going to? Has that been sort of clarified that on the two types, on the common open space and the private open space?
Yeah, there's non-residential and then the residential development, which is private open space. The non-residential is usable public open space. So that's kind of the distinction there. Mixed use is actually the exception that has residential, and it has both private open space, outdoor living space, private outdoor living space, and usable public open space. So again, that we're recommending that we bring this back as an implementation measure related to one of the other policies that talks about usable public open space.
Okay, so we've had this great discussion. We've gone through all of these. We have great notes on the sides. What's the recommendation now from staff that on this first one that we've gone through out of the 7 that we're going to do tonight?
Well, it looks like we've got, the notes for implementation measures, the components of the policies from Committee Member Light that we've recommended as implementation measures. Those would be pulled together in that vein, if you will. We had some other additional comments that from other committee members about implementing some of these policies, and we've made notes of that. I think we've got certainly we've got clear direction on some of the other amendments. They're very, very minor. And we're with the consensus vote of the GPAC, we would move forward and you'd see a lot of these things come back in implementation.
I'd like to say,
Yeah.
Sean, the one thing that seems to be like the where there's some division on how to proceed really seems to be the artificial turf comment. So, here you've got, I don't think they had any issues with prioritizing AES right-of-ways, adding implementation for study of feasibility. Jim agreed that this could go into implementation for this additional under the public-private open space. You can scroll down, Hallie, to the next. Same with the 1.6. Joint use agreements. I think, we have the comments here about Beach City's Health District, adding them, considering some other examples, looking at ways to implement that. Connecting, those small interventions that Leslie just mentioned, addressing 1.9 under conservation. We have a couple of additional implementation. I think here we are with that artificial turf. What we had recommended was implementation, address appropriate use application standards for artificial turf. So having that be, so it's getting to the, maybe it's not just an all or nothing. It's as far as regulating, it's rather, addressing the appropriate use application standards and implementing those, because there's a lot I think that we want to research and look at and really make sure that those regulations are in place. And then going to the green belt, the bike path. I think that there, we'll do a little research on our end on how we can. I think we're getting to what you want to qualify, and it's maybe the difference between the different types of bike lanes, which are like 6 different types versus a bike path. So I think that maybe that distinction we just can clarify here. And have some implementation if need be for capital improvements projects that Jim noted. And then for outdoor living space, maybe it's rather than having that be this policy 1.11, instead it's the implementation updating outdoor living space ordinance. As Hallie just noted, private open space versus common open space versus usable public open space. And then the last one, and we didn't really talk on this one, was the coastal views. And if we wanted to do that as maybe a separate goal with different policies under that, or if we want to kind of roll it in there, and then maybe some of Sheila's recommendations might work as implementation items.
I have a follow-up question from Member Samaras. Yes, Paul.
Sorry, I was simply going to move that we approve this goal and policies as Brandy just kind of clarified things for us.
Okay. Do we have a second? I guess.
Second.
And Member Eller has seconded that. Let's do a quick vote. I guess because we have lots of members, let's get a raised hand from everybody that agrees. And
can I hear what you're voting on again?
Who's that?
Rob Gaddis.
Hey, Rob. Brandy, you want to say everything you just said over?
It was the goals and policies with those the changes in the implementation measures that we just went through. The one that we didn't hit though here was this public coastal views, and if you want to include that as a policy here.
Well, I thought the recommendation is to move it to OS 2.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so we have raised hands. Is Member Lamb, is that a question or is this a vote? You're muted.
It's a vote.
Okay.
I'll take my hand down. I'm not quite sure if we're voting. Are we voting?
Yeah, I think we have a motion. We have a second. We have a clarification now for Member Gaddis. Member Gaddis, are you okay with the clarification?
Yes.
Okay. So would you please raise your hand so we can do a count if you agree with that? You agree with the motion and the second?
Better raise my hand. Okay.
What kind of raised hand? Do you want the raised hand in the window?
Yes, just like on the, how do you call this?
Use the function at the bottom of the of your panel.
Well, maybe it'd be shorter to do a voice count, I think.
You know what, I'd be happy to do a roll call vote.
I think we have 21 raised hands. I think. How many do we have in attendance?
That's pretty much unanimous. So I don't think we need to do a roll call vote. I think we got everybody here. So thank you very much. You may now lower your hand and we can move on to the next goal.
Ready, Hallie?
Yep, just recording that vote.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping notes too. Those were very, very valuable. All right. On to the next one.
Okay. All right. Goal OS2, high quality open spaces and recreational facilities. So on to the next group, parks, public spaces, and recreational facilities that are highly utilized by residents and visitors of all ages, abilities, and incomes, and are well-maintained, safe, and meet the long and short-term needs of the Redondo Beach community. So this is a breakdown of the various park types, and that's our first policy: park types. Provide a range of high-quality park types, recreational facilities, public spaces, and the element reflects that. And meet active and passive recreational needs, Redondo Beach residents of all ages. So it's just a broad policy for really all types of parks. Policy OS 2.2, universal access, ensure that we have good access to the parks and recreational areas for all ages, abilities, and incomes. OS 2.3, Americans with Disabilities Act, again, ensuring we've got access for Americans with disabilities. Policy OS 0.4, community input, ensure that parks, public spaces, and recreational facilities reflect needs and priorities of the residents, including those with special needs, by regularly engaging the community to solicit input. And I know our community services, there'll be implementation measures that go along with this that kind of spell out how our community services department manages and programs all our park spaces. So a lot more detail will come from that and how they get that input from the community. They're very engaged with their newsletters and everything. Policy OS 2.5, adaptive, resilient, responsive facilities. And this is one that we added to reflect requirements for resiliency that are required in our safety element. So it's kind of looking at parks as opportunities for, in the event of a disaster, they're a place that people can go to get information. They're another touchstone, if you will, for the city to communicate to the public and provide services to the public during some event, and recognizing the parks having that, kind of dual purpose, if you will. And then,
John, they would also serve as resilience hubs and cooling centers.
Yeah.
During climate.
Correct. Yes. Let's see, OS 2.6, maintenance and safety. Just making sure our parks are safe and maintained is obviously a goal, a policy we want to ensure. OS 2.7, site design. Encourage new and existing parks, public spaces, and recreational facilities to maximize the green space and usable public amenities, and make sure there's, I know we've talked a lot about parking, but make sure there's enough parking to support the park. And those can change over time as our technologies and modes of transportation change. So those can be repurposed certainly later. Policy OS 2.8, sustainable landscaping. It kind of speaks to what Committee Member Light was raising about, turf and really turf more about native species. I mean, certainly we have recreational spaces that need turf, but there are, you can use other ground cover types and maximizing permeable surfaces and groundwater recharge, drought tolerant. And this is really speaking to those sustainable elements of landscaping. And then conservation, preserve and enhance unique and valuable community resources as part of the planning and development of parks, public spaces, and recreation areas. So this is where we've worked in some scenic and visual elements, cultural elements in our of the city's history, and then natural resources and habitats that we have in the city. So just making sure we're looking at all those elements when we're looking at our park spaces and our public open spaces. And then we have a additional policy from Committee Member Light about commercial and nonprofit concessions, and where practical, incentivize commercial and nonprofit concessions that focus on low-cost recreational, conservation, and educational uses of parkland or public open space in which the concession resides. So we saw that as a valuable addition, certainly, and staff recommends that it's as proposed, stay. We've got this. Would have one suggestion on that is if you take that second sentence or those last sentences, which are good examples of this policy, and we move those to a sidebar.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay. And we reference this policy and these examples. And is there anything else, Hallie? Is that it? Oh, one more on harbor revitalization. And we thought this first sentence for sure, capitalize on the opportunity presented by harbor revitalization to expand and enhance recreational facilities, parks, and resources in the harbor and pier area is a great additional policy. We saw this middle portion that's highlighted as an implementation measure. It cites very specific actions about this policy. And then that last sentence, ensure facility spaces for waterfront education, coastal dependent recreation, whale watching and fishing, excursions, sea bass grow out, and similar education and recreational coastal dependent uses. And we thought that was a really good addition as well. So that's what we have in terms of the comment we received so far and our analysis of it. And these are the proposed OS2 goal and policies.
John and Hallie, can we go up to the policy that you added? That, you know, we particularly added, it wasn't proposed.
Oh yeah, the resilient.
So here, I think that the last two, the identify existing facilities and then the coordinate with emergency management, those could actually be implementation.
Good point.
We're going with what we're suggesting for others' recommendations. And I know at the time, you know, it was just making sure we had all the information there, but I think those would be better as implementation items. That's just
great point.
a staff member.
Yeah, great point.
And didn't you move the views to this?
Yeah, I was going to say, I know
Yeah,
how
where
you
is
made
that?
a note, but I think we should add coastal views as a separate policy. I don't think that it should just be under conservation. It should be its own, like 2.12 maybe. Wherever our numbering is.
You know, maybe reference that other policy where it is up in the last set.
We're going to hold off on getting comments while we catch up with some of this stuff.
And I'm thinking that this might be a great opportunity, Sheila, if you want to like bring up some of your, you know, the goals and policies. That seems like a couple might fall in line with this harbor revitalization and the coastal views.
Right. Yes. Let me
We can,
negotiate here.
we can share. Can we share?
Yes. Would you? That would be.
Yes. Let me, I had those up. And
So you can hear me, right?
yes.
Yes. So on that, there were
Can you stop sharing, Hallie, for a sec? Can I-
two justifications for making the view corridors, the view goals and policies. One is for the enjoyment of the residents, but also because it is key to our visitors. And so I really felt that it needed to have its own goal and policy. Identify, you know, I could go through this, but I don't want to take the time. Hopefully the members have read this. We don't want to have buildings that obscure any of our views. Landscaping, signage. Signage is really important. Let's say, for example, we have, there's going to be new hotels on Artesia. How do we help our visitors and even our residents in North Redondo? How do we help them access and understand the value and the beauty and experience the beauty of the views if we don't have signage or maps? So I think it's a really, you know, there's a lot of possibilities here to assist our residents and our visitors.
I think that's separate. That's a different goal.
Right. So
if you can go back just up to the page before, just the 1 through 8 there.
So as a planning professional, as you view these goals and policies, what is your where do you see this fitting, and how would you like to incorporate this into the document?
Again, this was something that was really of high importance in that community survey. Again, it's, let's take it as, it is a community survey, but of all of the different things, this was in that top 3, I think, of things that are important. I don't see an issue with having an additional goal that's addressing specifically, because it's a little bit different, right, than open spaces and recreational facilities. It's a it's a very different concept. I think some of these might fall in line with implementation measures versus policies, but I think that consider like that right there, the landscape design. I think that would be policy right there. Preserving the skyward nighttime views, that right there is a policy. So I think that it really seems like it almost has its own goal and policies under it.
And the point here is really to carve out this space for the kind of community asset that we sort of take for granted, right? And this really carves out how we value this. And it makes it public that we value our views, and that visitors who come here value our views. So we need to protect those views.
So I think maybe like 2, 4, 6, 7. Well, I mean, even 2. It's more like 6, 7, and 8 are the implementation items of 2 and 4.
Okay.
Insert a comment here.
And it's going back to the whole point of the public views, right? So it's not about protecting per se those private views and that's a whole nother can of worms, but it's really addressing that public, like you're mentioning, that public access to that.
Yeah, that's
public access to views.
One of the things the city of Redondo Beach has not had is had a private view ordinance, and it's one of the things that is we don't want to get into a Palos Verdes type situation.
Yeah, I think that this is more about that. And that's where like the first one, identify the prominent public viewpoints. Because to that point I was making earlier, if I just said, well, I'm on a public street walking down, Catalina, shouldn't it just, I have access to everything? No, that's not. We need to identify what the prominent public viewpoints and viewing areas are. So I think that this is a good goal, 5 policies, 3 implementation items.
That sounds good to me.
I'm just speaking from that staff side of things of how this is a little bit different and pulled away from other parts of this element.
If you can let me get some comments from some of the members, Brandy.
Yeah.
Member Moses.
I was following up on that point. We definitely need to carve out what a public view is, because there's lots of views that are also on the private side or affected by private development. A really good example were the homes at the end of Nob Hill and the Esplanade, which were misconstrued as a public view corridor, which they never were, and the California Coastal Commission said they weren't. So we have to really define those, because we'll get in some bad situations if everyone doesn't understand what a public view is and what a private view ordinance or view preservation ordinance is. Also, I want to go back to OS 211. It really stands out in the document as a mandate to rebuild the fishing pier. I don't see any other statement in the general plan that says we have to build something so specific and dedicate so much money to something like that. It doesn't fit with the rest of the document. I don't agree with it one bit. And that's it.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah, Hallie, are you able to pull it up or?
Yes. Can everybody see?
Yes.
So what are we talking about here?
I think that this.
What our recommendation from staff was to take that middle section,
the highlighted part here,
and put that as implementation things to plan and consider in the capital improvements program.
Member Moses, is that what you're talking about? Is that in line with?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Is the staff recommendation something that?
We'd pull it out of the policy.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Member Moses. Member Wallen.
Can't hit the button. All right. I also like the fact that staff pulled out those couple things to turn them into to sidebars as opposed to being part of the policy. I think that fits perfectly. Something that Holly did that really hit a chord with me, something that I like to expand on. Her number 5, light pollution. Number one, I think it should be more than just focusing on the shoreline area. I think it's the entire city. We do a lot of over lighting and bad lighting. It's gotten a lot better with the LED fixtures that the city put in a number of years ago. It's much better. The fixtures that I'm assuming that SCE has just been putting in, they're not nearly as good. Basically, when we have street lighting, the light should either be fully shielded or ensure that the light doesn't go more than, I don't know if it's 30 degrees, it shouldn't be going straight out because we don't need to light the side. We want to light down to the ground. They should only be on when needed. They've got new technology, LED lights that have sensors that can be dimmed when there's nobody around. You don't need to light the Catalina and Broadway and Prospect 20, every minute of the night if there's nobody around. And I think we should pay attention to the color temperature of the light a little bit. There's a lot of complaints about the color of the light that's out there. It'd be nice if, make sure that it's more on the warm side so things look nicer and it actually can enhance our nighttime visibility. If everybody in Los Angeles went to smart street lighting, we might actually see the Milky Way from home again, like when I was growing up out in Los Angeles.
Member Sharzan. Leslie, sorry, butchered your last name.
Kazan. I didn't understand I just lost the number. Up in 2-5. I understand the part that we added about centralized information hubs for disasters. What were we trying to do with the impacts of climate change?
So, and Hallie, I might need a little help, but I believe there's state laws that require the consistency between elements, one, and these are going to be elements, the climate change, dealing with and addressing climate change has to be in the safety element. I think we're going to have some of it in our land use element as well. And this is just a policy that would recognize our parks and recreation facilities and public spaces as opportunities to also serve an additional purpose of, providing, help to the residents to
Yeah.
pay.
If I may, Sean, one of the,
Yeah, sure.
with something like this, when people, if a disaster happens and you don't have those centralized information hubs established, people don't know where to go to look for information. So by just even creating where are those centralized information hubs, having them in these recreation facilities that are, throughout the community, I can, speaking from personal experience, personal and professional experience within the city of Hoboken during Hurricane Sandy, without having those information hubs in place and power outages and people not being able to even, get their phones charged, let alone leave their homes. They had whiteboards outside City Hall and I think the Elks Lodge where they were writing, here's where you get these different things. And they that was the capacity of what they had. So
yeah, I understand that part. Okay. I just didn't understand the climate change part of that sentence.
Got it. It'd just be that disaster preparedness might be the better language there.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Part of that has to do with, as we're doing our safety element update, one of the things that we have to address is SB 379, which is a state law that was passed a couple of years ago that requires us to address the impacts specifically of climate change in our general plan. And so, the goals and policies that we put in there do get reviewed by various agencies, and some of them like to see specific keywords, which help us get through some of those public review processes. And this in particular, like Brandy was saying, speaks to disaster preparedness. So it's about disseminating information before there's a disaster, so that people know what to do during a disaster and they're more prepared to handle it if it does occur. And some of those disasters are the result of climate change. So it's things like, increasing number of hot weather days are something that we're seeing across the state as a result of climate change. And then also, flooding from sea level rise and just more extreme weather in general. And so that's the kind that it's really more about getting information about those events out to the public is what that is trying to talk about.
So putting it here, that means you're like, there's a policy of having our park buildings have some informational displays on climate change?
Yeah, so it might just be, there could be a handout at some of your park facilities or at some of your recreational facilities that talk about extreme heat days and where to find a cooling center.
Got it. I think it was just awkward wording that I wasn't quite understanding that. But that last thing you just said makes it a lot more clear. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Pinsler.
Couple of things. First of all, this issue of emergency, the city has a hopefully well-updated emergency policy, which should supersede any of these things in a document like this. So references to that document would be far more useful than trying to come up with things ourselves. When I was on a council, I asked the city manager about if he could produce a specific emergency plan. And he said, if I can't, fire me today. So that exists. So there was really no reason for reinventing that wheel. As to the issue that Sheila raised, I think the fact that she felt it was essential to put this down in writing indicates that this is missing. And this is an important missing element of an open space policy. And I think we should take seriously the things that she has recommended and bring that into this document in much greater greater specificity than we have. Thanks.
Member Kilroy.
Yeah, so I was reading back over the specifics or the things that were listed with regards to harbor and revitalization. And I know some members know, the city recently went out for a harbor public amenities plan, RFP, to have public workshops and get input as to what exactly should be in our harbor with regards to public amenities. It seems like many of the specifics in this policy are jumping right over that and not giving it time for that to actually be produced. So I would suggest that none of those specifics should be included because we need to wait for the public amenities plan, what we're paying for, to be produced. And then that will provide a better picture of what it is the public wants to see down at the harbor, whether it's the sports fishing pier or an expanded seaside lagoon or whatever it may be. But that aspect has already been addressed. And the way it's written there, it's already coming to a conclusion as to what is expected to be in that public amenities plan when it hasn't been produced yet. With regards to the other issue, there was 6 and 7, and I don't have it in front of me right now, on Sheila's page.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can put that back up or.
Yeah, I can. Allie, can you stop? And then I don't know how to switch here. Okay.
So I guess my two questions are, I wonder how much of this is a duplication of the Coastal Commission's, how much is expanding on it. A lot of it I look at and say, yeah, sure, no doubt about it. Other stuff I look at and am kind of questioning a little bit. 6 and 7 specifically are ones that I don't really agree with at all, in part because they're so vague. I remember the city tried to tell the Planning Commission at one point, or tried to propose to the Planning Commission, that the TRW section of North Redondo had a particular character and that any future changes or whatever had to fit that. And I laughed because, yeah, it's got character. 3-bedroom, 1-bath, post-World War II housing thrown up as fast as you could build them. Great character. To me, that is such a vague thing. I'm just afraid as to how that might be used in other areas of the city. So I don't really agree with 6 and 7. I don't have a problem with the rest of it, but just those two aspects of it. That's it.
Thank you, Member Kilroy. Member Light.
Sure. I'm going to jump around a little bit based on the order I wrote notes in. On goal OS 2.7, as you were talking to it, the parking element of that, I have a concern in again, based on what we've seen in recent history, where you put parking, in as part of public open spaces. Two things come to mind. First, Center Cal was going to pave over part of a park and justified it as access and parking for the park when it was really parking and access for the commercial development. And then we saw in the parking analysis, when they did the parking analysis for the area, they took the whole area, and areas that were specifically set aside previously for parking for Seaside Lagoon, for example, and for the sport fishing businesses were not even in the parking analysis. And so I'm very concerned about saying parking is part of our open space unless we limit it like we tried to in Measure C to where it's independent of other uses. And now we just recently saw it on the Harbor Commission with respect to Moonstone Park, where they wanted to start pay parking for Moonstone Park as well. And we also saw it with the Mulby boat ramp cutting into the park with parking spaces, and the justification, well, parking is allowed in public parks. And so we're starting to get these. I think we need a policy or a clarification that says, you know, that the parking for the actual park use is okay, but parking for other uses should not be taken out of park space. So that's my concern with 2.7. As to the discussion on views, you know, I think we as a community are deficient. When we were going through the rezoning of the harbor, we looked at several other harbors and coastal areas, and both Marina Del Rey and Dana Point were going through some changes, and they had either specific view corridors or metrics on views. And I think that's, you know, I think that is what Sheila is getting at in here with, and she did it in more detail than I did in my one kind of policy that I put in. But I think we've got to do better than what we've done, where, you know, we have no teeth in any kind of view protection. Let's see, when you get to 2.5, I read that differently than what has been discussed here. I kind of thought there were two elements to it. The adaptive and, the resilient part, when you talk about with respect to climate change, for example, the harbor is going to have to be raised due to climate change. And I thought this was addressing both, you know, what do you do in response to a disaster, but just global change alone will drive changes. And we have to make sure that our parkland and recreational facilities are built to be resilient against those changes. So maybe I'm interpreting that wrong, but I viewed this as two different things. You have the first sentence that kind of says the one thing, but then going more into just disaster preparedness. Did I misinterpret that?
No. Go ahead, Hallie.
I believe it does both. The first sentence talks about upgrading your facilities.
Yes.
And the second sentence discusses resiliency. And
well, resiliency is kind of
right. Discusses more. Does that this one talks about facilities surviving and adapting, and the second half talks about how those facilities can help people through emergencies.
You're responsive.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, since you know, definitely committee member Krazan and myself had different interpretations of this. Maybe rewrite it to be more clear, or split it, or make it an A and B, so that both elements are covered and clear to people reading this. Does that make sense?
Sure. We can make that two different policies.
And then I wanted to address the amenities plan. I wrote mine knowing the amenities plan is going on. I'm a harbor commissioner. I know what's going on there. But we have seen gaps where just generating a plan does not mean you're going to implement anything. And this was meant to implement. If we want to say the amenities plan, I'm fine with that if we don't want to get into the specifics. But, you know, we've had the Moonstone Park money out there for a decade, and what we can buy today with that 2.4 million is a lot less than, you know, what we would have had if we had built it in, I think it was 2009, the first plan came out, something like that, maybe it was 2012. But we're losing ground, and this was meant to actually say that we want to move forward quickly as we look at harbor revitalization, so that we're not eroding the impact of the monies that we have.
Why don't we say then that we do what you just said, implement the facilities, the public facilities amenities plan.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Whatever comes out of that, comes out of that.
Yeah, we were going to pull that out anyway. It was just the first sentence. So, but I'm in agreement. You know, we don't want to duplicate or predispose what's going to be in the amenities plan, but my intent was implement it, not just put it on the shelf like we did the Moonstone Park plan. Or I should say Moleby master plan.
Thank you, Member. Is that it?
That's it.
Member Lamb.
Okay. In regards to the heading goal OS-2, high quality open spaces and recreational facilities. Other cities provide a grid of their parks, open spaces, beaches, etc., and identify the level of facilities or the types of facilities that they have. For clarity's sake, I'm wondering, one, do we have such a grid? And two, is it appropriate to put that grid, again, for clarity's sake, put that grid in this section where it's talking about high quality open spaces and recreational facilities? This would really open up a visual that would be able to show in one block the names of the parks, the parkettes, and what types of facilities, and whether it's Moonstone Park, harbor facilities, whatever, even the beaches, right? And what types of facilities that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy or Sean, do you want to?
I missed most of that because I got bumped off of Zoom. So.
Yeah. Well, I can just say, I mean, I feel like we've done that with our tables and then our narratives on the various types of parks that are included in the table. So if you want to scroll up, this probably doesn't show the right table, so does it, Hallie?
I'll tell you what, Sean, I'll send you a copy of what I've seen, and then you can review it at another time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Lamb, we have two more hands up, well, three now.
Nick, before we move on, because I don't want to miss, Jim had made the point about the parking on 2.7, and I don't know that Hallie got the note in there. That I think you were saying parking independent of other uses designated for actual park use. And that you wanted to have something that specified that.
Yeah, my point being that, we started seeing a slippery slope. We have a park in Riviera Village that is all parking, and none of it is for recreational use. And we saw that in Center Cal, we saw it on Moleby, where they started to put in other uses and say, parking's allowed on a park, so we're just eating that up.
Yeah, I just didn't want that to get missed. So she's getting that note in here.
Okay.
Thank
you, Brandy. Member Moses. Okay.
You're on mute Paul,
Paul, you want to say something? All right. Member Light, your hand's back up. Go.
Sheila brought up a good point that I forgot I wanted to bring up and I don't want to overcomplicate this thing, but there was in the old version of this, there was a table that specifically had an inventory of the parkland and the amenities in it, or facilities in it. But then it also had a grading of what the condition of those facilities were. And we totally dropped that out of this one. I thought that was, I was constantly referring to that table in different meetings. And I think that's an important and great product that we somehow missed in this document.
I mean, from staff's perspective and opinion, we see that more as a park master plan document, and something that we could certainly, we keep relying on the implementation measures, but it's going to change a lot more frequently than we want to be changing our general plan, if you know what I mean. So it's a valuable document. I agree, and we should have probably referenced it in some way. And I think we'll probably end up doing that now because, those grades of the parks, those amenities listings, they really are
duplicative. I think that
improvement plans for these parks.
I mean, can we make reference to the park master plan on that?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that if we reference it.
Okay.
Okay, so we managed to work our way through a second one of these. Do we want, we'll let you catch up here. So we have our second one. We have some.
So Nick, I apologize, I'm jumping in, but I'm not quite sure. At one point we were talking about taking some of the view stuff and turning it into a new goal. Is that what, before we vote, is that what we're gonna do?
Yes.
And it could be, if you want, if we look at all these here and get a decision from the GPAC, then I can pull up the additional goals from Sheila on scenic vistas and viewpoints, and what we had looked like 5 policies and 3 implementation measures.
Yeah, just roll mine into however it fits in that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the OS2.
Yes.
Well, with that understanding, we could probably go through this with that and then handle the view stuff separately.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
That would be the step. So let's get this one out of the way while we.
So I'll make the motion, Nick.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want me to go? We'll just run through just what the changes is. So 2.1, we'll add reference to the Parks Master Plan. And then for implementation, just note that it will, that we want to update the inventory. And then for 2.4, implementation, I'm not sure what that is, Hallie.
The implementation will include details about how community services will engage the community.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. And then for OS 2.5, we're going to split that into 2 policies. One will be regarding the resiliency of the parks and facilities, and one will be regarding disaster preparedness. And then those last 2 sentences will be implementation items. And you can, and then specifying the parking that is intended to serve the parks use and not, what was my
non-recreational uses?
Independent of other uses.
Yeah.
And then adding policy 2.10, where the examples are a sidebar.
Yeah, so we would delete the highlighted section.
Yeah. Instead of in the policy, right. And then keep scrolling down. And then 2.11, have the first sentence, the last sentence, and then the middle portion is just going to be that'll be removed as an implementation action, just referencing the King Harbor Public Amenities Plan document. And then having the policy regarding scenic vistas and viewpoints that we had previously moved to this now being a separate goals and policies section. Okay.
So I'll make the motion to approve that.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. can we use our raise hand function to vote on this? And this is just the summary that we just went through with Brandy to summarize for us. Lena, is that a full count you have there?
So far I counted 16.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, another 17.
Okay.
Now it's 17.
Okay. So we have 17 yes. And do we have anybody, I guess we can lower our hands, and does anybody have, okay, I guess there's 17 yeses, and what do we have? Do we have some no's? Do we want to hear from you? All right. So we got 17 yeses, and I don't know how many no's. So
Are the I see 3 members raising their hands. Are you guys no's? Member Nafisi? Or Member Szymanski?
I was voting positive. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay. Okay. And then Member McKenzie?
I was a yes.
You were a yes as well. Okay.
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 Member Nafisi? Is that a yes?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So we have a unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was that a 21 then?
Yes, 21.
Yes. Thank you.
All members voted yes.
Great, thank you.
So how do we handle the new goal? Do we fill this up now, or do we moving on to the next one and come back to that?
I would say we've already gone through it. Let's go ahead and tackle it, and then we can move on.
So before we tackle it, we have how many more to do, and just kind of get a show of hands too, because our charter puts us to 9:30.
Okay.
So stopping time, I want to see if everybody's willing to go, I will say another hour, and we can do another check at 10:30. So if folks are willing to go another hour, we'll do another one, and then we can check again. I don't want to say we're going to stay up all night and get them all done, but I think we can just go for an hour.
Yeah.
You want us to raise our hands?
Yes, please. If you're willing to stay to 10:30, we'll do, and then we'll check again. So we can get a motion to extend to 10:30 tonight, and we'll keep on going. So
Motion to extend to 10:30.
Second.
and use your raise hand to vote yes. So Lena, how many raised hands do we have?
5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I count 17 so far.
Okay, so 17.
18.
Or 18. No,
Yeah,
18.
we got 18.
19.
So
19.
all right, so order. Let's plow through another hour and check back at 10:30 and see how.
I think that that's a good plan. If we do have additional, since, staff is really moving this forward more, normally we'd have consultants and there's a lot of additional, if we did need to do a meeting 23B to finish these up, it's something that, Sean and Lena and I can, work with and maybe, coordinate in the background with Hallie if we needed to. But I'd like to see how far we can get through now, because that's just less that we'd have to do in the future.
Okay, well, let's plow another hour. This is going smoothly. We're getting a lot done. It is going to take a little longer, I think, than we originally planned, but let's keep moving. So
We're actually more productive on Zoom than in person, I think.
it looks like it. It is working well.
We always take longer than we think we're going to take.
So with this, Hallie, I think what we were looking at, if you want to just pull that policy so it's a little bit more visible, it's right now it's kind of tight and small.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get.
Oh, got your cutting and pasting. Got it.
Yeah.
I think, was there an 8? I think there was an 8. The one thing I would suggest, I know that, for the goal, I think that we want to point out that it's the public scenic vistas, viewpoints, and view resources. It goes back to, I think, one of the comments made previously, really want to make sure we're clear on it being public. And I think that was scenic was the in there. And then I think we talked about 1 through 5 being the policies. And then there was the comment about the light pollution. I think that makes some sense that it's more than just the shoreline. And then I think the discussions on for the implementation for 6, 7, 8, there was a comment about a disagreement on 5 and 6, or excuse me, 6 and 7.
Someone said those were too vague.
Yeah. Yeah, committee member Kilroy had mentioned that. And looks like we have some committee members. Committee member Light, do you want to share?
Yeah, I think I understand Matt's concern, but on item 6 that we're moving to implementation or we're eliminating, I disagree with removing that. I think, whatever they build in the power plant site could potentially have big impacts on views that we currently have or improving views. And I think, there should be an analysis. Well, anywhere we define that there's a coastal view that's worth protecting, we should do a visual impact analysis of whatever is proposed to be built that might block that.
I agree, but that was also listed under number 2. I felt, and you can correct me if you think it differently. I was seeing item 2 is the policy, and then that's more that implementation about
No, I agree it's an implementation. I thought we were looking at pulling it because it's too vague. I see the
Oh,
note
got
there's
it, got it.
question mark, and I disagree with removing it. Maybe we need to reword it, but I do think there needs to be we kind of pencil whipped it for Center Cal, and that was a point of contention with the CEQA analysis.
So you're suggesting keep it as an implementation item. Maybe it needs to be reworded, but as an implementation item.
Or maybe new developments that potentially impact those defined protected views or whatever we're calling it. So it's that, we're not meaning every house that goes up another story has to go through that. It's just if it's potentially blocking a view that we said should be protected.
Got it.
And then can you scroll down to the other one that we said we're potentially going to delete?
Number 7.
Yeah, well, that's a time. I mean, we already have design. A lot of them have it. Somehow we nixed it out in the Galleria, but I know we had it for Center Cal. So I'm ambivalent on that one. I don't know what Sheila thinks about it, but I'm actually okay with deleting that one.
Committee member Kilroy.
Yeah, for me, 7 really's got little to do with the major focus of this section, which is preserving public views. And I don't really have a problem with 6, talking about it more. I understand the need for a visual impact analysis. You're right. I think there's got to be maybe a threshold as to what are we talking about here. A second story addition to a residential area versus a whole brand new development. I know that the Nob Hill example is a good example. I always thought that was impacting public views coming down the street there. The Coastal Commission agreed. I thought they agreed, but they didn't say that it blocked it enough. I can't remember exactly what their wording was, but I guess what's the tipping point? You do an impact analysis. Where's the tipping point? I guess I'm afraid on number 7, especially the visual character, it gets used to slam any project. It kind of cracks me up, some of the different projects that have been approved that have no correlation in visual character to the rest of the community. Some have been good, some not so good. I just think we're starting to play the PV art police, so to speak, as to what projects look like. I will say on number 2, if I don't know, can I get to number 2? I'm going to suggest maybe you take out one word where it says adjacent to prominent public viewpoints and uninterrupted view. I think the problem is you could have a development block a viewpoint, even if it's not adjacent to it. You might want to take out the word adjacent. I'm not sure it needs to be adjacent. It could be a block away. They could still end up interrupting or disrupting a view corridor. So that would just be my recommendation, would be to take out the word adjacent. But yeah, so 6 stays, but I'm still in favor of removing 7. That's it. Thanks.
Committee member Moses.
Yeah, we really do need to define what views are. I understand how the Center Cal project impacted the views when you were on Harbor Drive. And there's nothing but a parking lot and Ruby's restaurant there now. So anything there, in fact, affected the view. And that view was also considered a view from the top of Zuliger Park. So now we've got AES, a building that's 60 to 100 feet tall, 150 feet tall. Where's the view now? Is it considered from ground level at PCH? Is it considered from the top of 190th at Prospect? And is the new structure going to be considered below the line of what the AES plan is now, or above the line of what the AES plan now? Because the existing view is of the AES plan. So we start calling coastal views of buildings that are already there. It's going to be too vague. We're going to get into some problems with that. There's going to be people that are going to find a lot of holes in that policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Committee Member Lamb.
Okay, the visual character number 7. I understand the argument on this, and it may be better in the design guidelines, and because it's so close to compatibility, and the issues around compatibility of the within the community when a new development is built. So I would be okay with deleting number 7, but certainly not 6 and 8. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Committee Member Pinsler.
Okay, just a quick thing on views. Views are not just of the ocean. And when you define these things, for example, I have a view out of in front of my house of mountains. I like to watch it. I like to look at it. I don't want to be blocked by it by something else. So I think the specificity of any public viewing thing has to be very specific. We've talked about at times the height of trees as a view issue. I mean, there are plenty of things that go into view that makes it a very complicated thing. I do agree that we need to have a view maintenance, if you want to call it that. But and I agree with Sheila on the general concept of this. But when you get down into the specifics, it's going to be a very interesting discussion.
Yeah, and I think that Hallie's kind of hovering over this policy number 1, where it says identify public coastal views. And do we want to just say prominent public views, or it's a public, so prominent public views maybe?
It would have to be something with nature. I mean, because.
Okay. I mean, coastal, it's not a view of the coast per se. We do have in here.
I mean, ridge lines and coastal, so ridge lines and ocean views would kind of capture that. But so you would go into then you can open up other views, such as a park as well. So if somebody that has a view of a park in the city, then.
But we're talking about public views. So it's not about somebody else having a view of something public. It's about those public vistas, where are those located? So that being said, I think that
I think I want to suggest this gets combed through a little bit more. And maybe perhaps this comes back at our 23A meeting. And unless we want to keep hammering on this one, but I think there's a lot of work to be done on this one.
Can we agree with that we'll work on the wording to address, how about can we go through this and see where we're landing? I feel like we're really close. Oh, I'm sorry. Committee member Simpson.
Just very quickly, I mean, it seems to me if you just take coastal out of that, you're accomplishing everything that you want to do, because that would you're talking about public prominent viewpoints, and then you take out the next one where it's scenic vistas. I mean, that can be the mountains, which you would want to protect and preserve. It could be up looking at Palos Verdes, whatever. I think that solves the problem. It widens the category and would encompass coastal views as well as all the others.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So this, we have a new goal and policies. The new goal is prominent public scenic vistas, viewpoints, and view resources are maintained or enhanced. We have an implementation item to define very specific prominent public viewpoint areas, yet also the first policy, it acknowledges that needs to be identified. 1 through 5 are policy items. Removing adjacent so that we're not just limiting that under policy number 2. And under light pollution, not just limiting that to shoreline. And moving 6 and 8 to implementation items. And what I've heard is then just removing item 7 completely.
So move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Can you hold on for a second? I want to read this, but keep talking.
Okay, no, I guess I was going to get some discussion items here since this is new. And we're plugging this one in.
That's fine.
Member Moses, are you going to have a follow-up question after?
Yeah, I just think that you should include something about existing views in there. So we're not being speculative of improving views if we just keep tearing stuff down. So we need to say something about existing views.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we get that. You want to keep your hand raised? Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Sanchez, you still reading? Did we wait?
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Okay, we got 2 more. Let's see. So we got Member Lamb. Do you want to?
Yes, just quickly. The letters are very small, so I can't really read it. But in regards to existing views, is that precluding any future views, such as the AES site? At some future date, the AES site will be gone. So probably possibly in 10 years. So existing, is the word existing too limiting?
Second sentence of that first policy says expand public viewpoints of the ocean and harbor with the redevelopment of AES and SC.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Let's see.
Did the first and second, the motion maker and the second agree to adding existing in that first line.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great, okay.
All right, Sheila, you still have your hand up.
Oh, no, take it down.
Candace, you had your hand up for a moment. Do you want
No, I'm good. Thank you.
to? Okay. Phil?
There's something about, I like where the lighting pollution thing is going. I'm just wondering, and then maybe I'm overthinking it, something in there about, downward, doing things to make sure that the light is, focused downward more. I don't even know what the words are, but the lessen glare. I get it. Maybe I'm being picky. That's
I think an implementation item to regulate that.
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But I think we had a conversation that it's not only along the shoreline, but citywide. So
Yeah, and we put in there the note removing shoreline.
Yeah,
It would
okay.
apply citywide.
they often use the word spillage
Yes, yeah, like.
Yes, there you go.
in lighting sports fields.
Okay.
And the fixtures have gotten much, much better.
Yeah.
They're much less annoying to neighbors who border athletic fields with night lights.
Musco Lighting is based out of Muscatine, Iowa. just a former Iowan, just speaking my mind.
Yep, we've been in conversations with them with regards to relamping or relighting Washington Elementary, the athletic field.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have?
We have a motion, we have a second, we have some edits, and we have agreement by those who made the motion and the second to those changes. So I think we are ready to do a vote by using our hand raise function again. And we'll wait a moment for everybody to do this. Lena, do we have a count?
We're up to 17 right now.
Okay.
Anyone else?
This is going very well tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We might have lost a few.
We might have lost a few. Okay. So with 17.
No, I think.
I see a few that don't have hands up.
There, 5 without hands up.
Okay.
No,
there's another one. Up to 18. Anyone else?
I apologize. Like I'm on 2 different computers, so you'll see my name pop up twice.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Then we're down to 3.
All right. So what's our final?
18.
18. So we got 18 yeses, and our total members that are logged in are 21, but with 21 yeses, that passes. So moved.
Yeah.
So ordered, I'm sorry. It's getting late for me too. Okay, so let's lower our hand and go on to our next one. Do we, Sean or Brandy, do we want to prioritize on one of these that's easy to get through? Do we want to do biological resources, water conservation? Should we tackle an easy one just to knock one out?
You're going to say it's easy and then it won't be an easy one.
Yeah, I don't know. Programs in advance. Let's see, scroll through that. Hallie, was there? I think this is
That's a short one.
falls into that category. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take a look.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Program.
Open space, goal 3, programs and events, a recreation program with a wide variety of services, activities, and events designed to satisfy the diverse needs, traditions, and interests of residents of all ages, abilities, and incomes. And I can just say, knowing our community services department, they do a pretty good job of this already. And these policies would just reinforce those efforts going forward. Diversity of program and events, kind of self-explanatory. Policy OS2, evaluation and community input. They are surveying and engage with the public regularly. They issue the city's newsletters. They're kind of the speaker for the city and engaging in the community. So they're very good at this. Scholarships, coordinate with private entities, other agencies, nonprofits, provide subsidies for users who cannot afford to participate in recreational programs. I know that John LaRock had reviewed these, and we've been meeting with our current community services manager on these, or director, and he's on board. Let's see, resiliency programs. This is another one that we added as it relates to the safety element requirements. And then OS6 partnerships, coordinate with other local agencies, private businesses, nonprofits, and they do coordinate with all those other nonprofits and other agencies in the use of the park facilities regularly. So this is really consistent with how they operate, and just, I guess, not codifies it, but polifies it, if that's the word. So that's what we have, and I'll turn it over to you, Nick, for any comments.
Actually, if I may, I know that in committee member Lamb's her document that she provided before, there were some goals and policies related to special events at the harbor and beaches, and then engaging communities in the stewardship of their recreation programs and open spaces. I'm wondering if those could maybe fall under, like, each, instead of it being separate goals, maybe those could be policies under this, because this is, addressing those programs and events. I don't know.
Did you want me to respond, Brandy? Or
yeah, that would be great. Just so that we have.
Okay. So you're referring to special events at the harbor and beaches, support community recreation without restricting coastal access or impacting the community.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pertinent, but like you said, I'm not. And as we move forward with Beach Life Festival, is this an important goal for our residents? Right? I think there has been some comments at the council meetings from local residents that the sound was impeding, et cetera, that these events impede in some way on the local residents. So is it important to have a goal? Is it important enough to have a goal so that it's codified in our element? And I think that's the key issue. And maybe I can hear from other members on this. And in terms of engage communities in the stewardship of their recreation programs and open spaces, I would be happy to have that as as a policy, I know that we are getting a public information officer, or that's been discussed. And but we haven't really codified that. I've talked to our new Mike Wazansky about some of these issues, volunteer programs, etc., but nothing to this extent that's codified. And so I would like to hear from other members of the group to see how important, is it important enough to have these as goals? Thank you.
Kilroy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, when I read this, some of the things that came to mind, Super Bowl 10K, to me, looking at this as a goal, you couldn't do it. The mayor has talked about trying to get an Olympic event. I don't see how you could do it. The triathlon, maybe it takes over all of Veterans Park. It's without, the problem is the wording, without restricting coastal access or impacting the community. There's no wiggle room in that for balancing, like an EIR looks at, EIR seem to get their impacts as long as there's an overriding economic benefit, right? They use that great terminology, which we all know, it always gets stamped off as, yeah, it's got an overriding economic benefit. So I don't know how you balance. There's got to be balance, and you can't have something happening every weekend that totally disrupts the people living in that area or any area of the city for that matter. And in fact, it should be written more generally. I agree, it probably happens the most in the harbor area, but it nevertheless should be written so that it's not specifying just the harbor and beaches. Who knows what they're going to be doing 20, 30, 40 years from now. But the way it's written will eliminate a number of signature events being held in Redondo Beach. I can't support it the way it's written, but I kind of understand the idea, but something's got to change with how it's written. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Member Szymanski.
Well, maybe this pertains to the last two comments, but the idea behind the open space and certainly any parks is to respond to the public need for, outside involvement or recreation and so forth. And so it would seem that this section should start off with that as sort of maybe as a mission or a goal for the support of those. I mean, that's the reason why we would have this. And so the facilities, the improvements in the facilities, the utilization of the land for particular types of events and pastimes, I think should be, that's what the programs and events are. And then the goal of the open space is to support those. And, some of them might be lying outside and getting a suntan, but to look at the events and to look at the characteristics of the land and how it's used and how it might be used in the future and how it might be used by, different technologies. And by that, I don't mean necessarily electronic technologies. Look at the exercise facilities put in at Veterans Park, for example. Nobody really thought about that existing years ago. So then that could change, as previous speakers have mentioned. So I think that it needs to support the needs of the populace for outside recreation and involvement. That's its primary purpose. And the facilities need to be designed for that. They need to be evaluated to make sure that they're still serving those characteristics as time goes by. And that we utilize new technology where it makes sense and get rid of, old pastimes, where they don't exist anymore. Nobody's probably going to go out there and, well, maybe they would play croquet. I was going to use that as an example, but there must be some. So that's kind of my cent and a half on this topic.
Thank you. Member McKenzie.
Yeah, hi. So I don't think that we should be putting anything in place that will restrict opportunity to build community in 15, 20 years from now. So Sheila's question was, is it a priority for our community? Well, I think it's more of a priority, as it should be, to continue to build community and have opportunities to do that rather than restrict, because at the end of the day, our city council are the ones that actually, our leadership are the ones that actually decide if something's going to happen or not. So those are kind of, each opportunity comes up and it's judged based on its safety and how it impacts the community and things of that nature. Not even the finances should dictate it. Really, quality of life, what we're trying to build in 15 to 20 years from now, not right now. And like he just said, things can change. The structure might change. We don't know that, but we definitely don't want to put things in place that put barriers up to opportunities to build community.
Thank you, Member McKenzie. Member Gaddis.
I guess I'd like to understand a little bit better what the intent of this about, without restricting coastal access or impacting the community. Because, as pointed out earlier, there are definitely things, 10Ks, impacting the community, what fireworks off the coast, it brings in traffic, 10Ks that block the streets, music coming from the Beach Life Festival or other music events that are in different areas of the city, but certainly at the Seaside Lagoon. So I'm wondering if this is sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater and is just too broad and too restrictive. So I think I'd like to understand a little bit better what the intent is, because fact is that special events are likely to impact the community in one way or another. So.
Thank you, Member Gaddis. Member Bajaj.
Yeah, hi there, Chair Bureau. It's Bajaj. Nonetheless, I agree with members Kilroy and McKenzie and Gaddis. I think for this particular, topic, special events, having it a little bit more broad is beneficial. Not restricting it. As Member McKenzie said, there could be all kinds of other events that may come up that may be super beneficial to the community, which, as a whole, and then there's other things, to take into consideration, other types of events like these music festivals or, special event permits for filming, keeping Redondo Beach, as a draw for filming community as well. So just want to agree with some of my members, but I see the intention, but I think keeping it a little bit more broad is beneficial in this sense.
Thank you. So one of the things that I want to bring up is, and we don't need a new separate goal for special events. And are these sub policies or additional items that we can bring under the diversity in programs and events? So I think maybe we can get to a point where do we agree that we don't need a new goal, but we can just build on the diversity of programs and events instead of creating a new goal. And let me keep going with folks. Maybe you can think about that. Member Light.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts on this. I think we could fold it either under this programs and events or under the coastal access, because this is really an access issue, or not coastal access, but recreational access. I don't think, I kind of agree with what other folks are saying. I don't think it should be as absolute as the goal is written now, but I understand the concern. I know like down at Trestles for surfing, they were getting so many surf contests and schools that recreational surfers couldn't use, what was a very valuable surfing resource. And we saw that that was one of the concerns with the Center Cal project, was they were pushing the hand launched boat ramp, Seaside Lagoon, and they were going to program events at a pavilion that was the only access to those things that they crammed together. And so if they had something every weekend, you'd eliminate access through that means. So I understand the concern and I share it. I think if we put something about minimizing the restrictions to coastal access or recreational access and impacting the community, it would be a lot less absolute and still get the concern across.
Okay. Member Samaras.
I was gonna agree with what Member Light just said about kind of tweaking the language a little bit and still, have very similar effect to what was intended. And I agree with the previous comments about incorporating some of the language into that existing policy. And I just have to say, I love the mention of sustainability when it comes to events. So thank you to Member Lamb for suggesting that. That's all.
Thank you, Member Samaras. Member Moses.
Yeah, we're overthinking this. This is a citywide document, and this, as written, is written well for the whole city, the entire city. So I'm going to make a motion to approve Goal OS3 as written. And thank you.
Thank you, Member Moses. We got two more comments, so let's go through those. Charlie.
Yeah, this is short. I just think we ought to put something in. Paul, that indicates that the city may provide some sort of oversight to the usage. And I wouldn't necessarily say permitting or what have you, but there may be some sort of guidance or policy applied to that. And then also the city oversight, I think, should be somehow referenced. But, I don't think it's a mandatory thing, maybe for this document. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Member Kilroy. Okay, Matt changed his mind. Member Lamb.
Okay, I believe I agree with Member Light that it shouldn't be its own goal, that it can be included in the other goal, in the other goal, maybe a policy here. I would like it to contain, I would also like to add the sustainable events, improve sustainability. I appreciate that you understand the motivation here on this goal, recognizing the balance between the special events and the needs of the residents and the access to the beaches and harbor. So finding that sweet spot is really what this was all was the beginning of a conversation to find that sweet spot. I certainly am hearing that it's too restrictive, and that's fine. But the intent is to include all the folks that have the interests in regards to the special events and those residents and those that want to access the beaches and harbors. So thank you for your input.
Thank you, Member Lemon. Thank you for bringing all those comments together. Member Moses, let me ask you a question. You have a motion and we have 2 edits since your motion. Do you want to review your motion with those two items?
Sure, I'll take that as a friendly amendment. We can include those 2 edits.
Okay, so we have a motion. We're looking for.
What are the two added?
I'll second that motion.
I'm not clear what the 2 added things are.
The 2 added things with the add reference to the city may oversee the events and then maximize sustainability and environmental protection associated with the special events.
I'll second that motion.
Wait, and it looks like there's the require programs and events to minimize the impact to coastal and park access.
Correct. Yeah, but the motion was done when there was one.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that was in there.
Okay, so had a motion for Member Moses, seconded by Member McKenzie.
So I want to make sure that require programs and events to minimize the impact is in.
It's there.
Yes.
Okay.
Those 3 bullet points in her comment are additional.
Got it.
To the first policy.
Okay.
They're additional policies.
Member Lamb, you have your hand up. Do you have a comment?
Would those be additional policies or would those just be added on to policy 3.1?
These would be added to policy 3.1.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. And Member Gilroy, do you have a comment?
Yeah, because now you've confused me. I can't access what exactly is being added to 3.1.
There's a toggle on the bottom of your to have the screen basically.
Sorry. And
you're probably gonna have to increase your.
Sorry, I've got it. I didn't realize she had written it to the right there. I was trying to look at it up above from when it was really.
Oh.
I'm fine with that, the way that's written. Okay. Thank you. I just need to read it. Thank you, Allie. You can shrink everything back down.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, can we use our hand function to vote on this, please?
We have 19. Yes.
Perfect.
20. We got.
Oh,
I think.
19 then?
I'm still showing 19 on mine.
Oh.
19. 19 yes.
Oh, now it says 20. Now it says 20.
20, perfect. Another unanimous vote.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Got 21.
We had 20.
Who was the late one? So ordered.
All right.
Right, we're doing pretty well.
Doing great.
Let's lower our hand and we got 15 minutes. We'll do another one.
What do you think about funding?
Yeah. Funding.
There's 5 policies under it. Maybe a 6.
Okay. So you scroll down just a little so we can get the goal there. Yes. A consistent and diverse collection of funding sources to finance the acquisition, improvement, and maintenance of the city's open spaces, recreational facilities, programs, and events. So these are, kind of the standard, let's say, types of fees that would be generated in order to support the city's open spaces, recreational facilities, and programs and events. So development fees, we have a policy on that. User fees, and that would be managed by community services. Financing districts, And then private funding sources. And grants and parks foundation. And then we have this additional policy from Commission.
There's also the additional language under the.
Yes, under that grants and park foundation, of partnering with an established nonprofit. And then pursue infrastructure and similar federal and state funding programs. So it cites the recent infrastructure bill. And then we have the middle element, that middle sentence, cities should prioritize pursuit of funding for improving our break wall, making it higher and wider while expanding the south break wall and mitigating sea level rise on our land side sea walls, land areas, facilities, and related infrastructure. And as we discussed at staff level, there would be an added reference to the safety element, as it's directly related to, climate change and resiliency. So we thought we would move it into that location. And then the city should also target other new funding programs as they become available. And we thought those were good additions.
So what you're saying, Sean, is having this policy, but then also adding it as a reference in the safety element.
Right. So we would reference this policy in the safety element.
Right. And then I think that middle section, like specifying what to utilize, it might be
implementation.
Yeah, it might be implementation rather, we put prioritize pursuit of funding for improving resiliency of parks, public spaces, and recreational opportunities to fortify against climate change and sea level rise.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And
the Parks Foundation is implementation also. Establishing a Parks Foundation is implementing, pursuing parks and recreation grants. Is a way to
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right, should we go through these?
The alternative is we make a motion.
Yeah, let's do a couple things. I think one thing I want to throw out is on the financing districts. Instead of consider, allow as an option of the word, and just to really understand what a financing district is. So, I mean, we're talking about a community facilities district that gets, paid for by the folks that are going to be under that district. So it's a tax lien on people's property. So I don't know if a lot of folks understand what a financing district is, but it's something that maybe requires a little more detail in there, that this is how, but so if it's to allow, then it would be subject to that vote that would, and what are the metrics for a community facilities district vote in the city too? So is that 51% of the landowners under it? Is it 65%? And how do we get there? So I know how these work. They can be pretty contentious.
Yeah. So we've got recommending revising consider to allow. streamlining 4.5 to be grants and maybe parks.
Parks and Recreation grants.
Yeah.
Maybe period after grants. And then the rest.
And the rest will be
Implementation.
So just to, I don't want to jump in, but it may not just be park and recreation, right? Well, there's a lot of habitat restoration that we can apply. You know.
Do we have anything for funding under conservation?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, I think we'd have to skim down through that. Here, let me look.
You know what, let me,
Well, you're going.
I've got it open separately.
Yeah, me too.
Coastal resources.
Nope.
Water resources. No, so you could, put here conservation as well. And habitat, yeah. And then for 4.6, just revising that center portion to mention prioritize pursuit of funding for improving resiliency of parks, public spaces, recreational opportunities to fortify against climate change and sea level rise. And that we'll reference this in the safety element. Oh, we do have some committee members with their hands up to speak.
Member Moses.
Yeah, this is in regard to policy 4.1. You can pull that up. The second half, it says require public art development impact fees. Do we have to require something that's already required? Because public art ordinance mandates that any project valued over $250,000 residential, capital improvement, or commercial is subject to the public art fee already.
I think we were at because we do collect it, but we weren't referencing it.
Okay.
Similar to the Parks and Rec in lieu fee.
The Parks and Rec in lieu fee is a Quimby fee, correct?
Yeah, right. So we just wanted to make sure that we are also capturing the public art under this policy.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I just wondered if we have to require what's already required.
Yeah.
It's good to have this because it just justifies us, having that requirement in the ordinance.
Can that be to adhere to the public art requirements of the city?
I'm sorry, what was that, Nick?
Can we just word that to say adhere to the public art requirements of the city? Instead of using the word require? But, I mean.
Well, we don't have we don't have policies about public art, to Brandy's point, the public art development impact fee. We just have the ordinance, and this kind of helps give a little more guidance to, how the fees can be used. Maybe
it's pretty clear in the ordinance how the fees can be used and how they're distributed throughout the city or within the project site.
True, but the problem is there's it's good to have. We don't have a policy that has. So maybe require isn't the word that we need. Maybe it's collect new residential and collect public art.
Well, I would like you guys to take a look at the public art ordinance and see how this jives with it, so we're not contradicting it or rewriting it. It's very clear.
Should we keep taking comments?
Yeah, sure.
Charlie.
Me? Okay, great. Just a tagline on that, and I might ask Paul a question on this, is do you think that $250,000 number could potentially be different for a park that is perhaps even lower. That's just a thought, because you might require it even a development that was less, or an add-on development that was less. With respect to 4.4 and 4.5, I'm kind of a novice in this area, but does that really cover everything that could be potentially be funding sources? First on 4.4, it says establish creative partnerships. Is it implied that that's the city of Redondo that's establishing those partnerships? I'm just asking that question because maybe it's already baked in there somehow. With respect to 4.5, kind of a similar question. Do Parks and Recreation grants and the Park Foundation, does that cover all the mechanisms? Or should we really not reference specific mechanisms, but talk about objectives?
I think that's a really good point. And because we're tweaking that language or proposing to, I would put in there grants and funding sources.
Yeah, it could be other funding
So that
sources.
just kind of that captures everything kind of there, right?
Something could materialize over time, something new, or something that's used someplace else we're not familiar with. My other comment on that particular one deals with the acquisition of land. That would be the acquisition of private land that's already in use, maybe for another purpose. If that is, I don't know if that should be specifically called out as a possibility. We might be able to get a grant and go out and, take some commercial property over as an example. So I'm not sure that needs to be identified specifically. And I don't really feel that the word acquisition, land acquisition, is really in here. It talks about acquiring. If you go back to 4.1, I'm pointing at it. Can you tell? Yeah, it says acquire and improve parkland, but when you say acquire, I guess maybe it's taken for granted that means acquire private property.
Yeah, and it could be just acquire and improve land for parks. I'm trying to see where that's.
It's the third line down in the middle.
Acquire.
We could acquire land from another agency like BCHD or the school.
Yeah, the Trust for Public Lands is.
And then also private parties. I mean, we may be.
I think leaving it as just acquire leaves it open for, you can acquire it from in a number of ways. It could be public, private, trust.
Okay, enough said from me. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to address Charlie's first question.
Sure.
Just to let everyone know, Redondo Beach has one of the most aggressive public art policies in the United States. $250,000 is very, very low for projects within a city, and including residential. That means additions can be subject to the public art ordinance. And their contribution goes into a fund that can be used throughout the city, or it can be used on the job site, whatever is appropriate. So I don't want to start rewriting the ordinance or second guessing it. It's really well written. 10 years ago, $250,000 was a low bar, and now it's an even lower bar. So we capture a lot of money for that fund.
I hear you, Paul, but of course we're not talking about anything private here, right? So that's just on the side. So nobody's going to be doing an addition. Nobody's going to be doing an addition that's subject to anything in this document, right?
Well, that the ordinance is subject any project.
Yeah, and I know about the
subject to the ordinance.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this document doesn't parlay on that at all. It's only the public part.
Okay.
Yeah, but your point's well taken. Thank you. I'm done.
Member Pinsler.
We're spending an awful lot of time on stuff that already exists. 4.3.
How it tells us.
If you take allow, we already allow establishing a financing district. What are we saying here? as specific opportunities arise, allow. We already know that. The requiring public development art of impact fees, we already do that. And I don't understand what we're massaging this thing for. The funding sources, the funding opportunities already exist. And it's not that they are ignored. They are dealt with as often as they possibly can. So, we spend an awful lot of time doing.
So you want to make a motion to approve?
Sorry?
I said you want to make a motion to approve.
Why? Because we have stuff in here that's just a waste of time.
But we already wasted the time, so we might as well just approve it.
It's 10:30 too.
Yeah, I was gonna stop for a moment and ask two separate things. Can we bring this to a stop and ask staff what an alternate date for meeting 23B would be?
Can we vote on this?
Exactly. Can we vote on this?
Well, is that a motion from Ms.?
Yeah, so moved. Second.
Wait. Who says Bob? Or is that your motion?
No, it's not my motion.
Okay.
Matt made the motion and Howard second.
Okay, so Matt and Howard. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do you have any discussion on this stuff? Bob,
well, I'll just discuss one quick thing. You don't need to really change anything. It's got more to do with implementing issues than the actual policy statement. But if you go down to 4.6, is that what it is? Real quick. We probably should include as an implementation other language more than just the harbor. And that is, you're talking about climate change. We'd be running secondary water sources to our parks, for instance, should also be an implementation goal so that our parks become more drought. I don't want to say it, not subject to droughts because we got a secondary water source. It's just a matter of running the
drought
pipes.
resilient. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Drought resilient. Anyway, that was just my only comment that it's could be written, that implementation could be written a bit wider than a harbor.
I thought that one already got rewritten.
Yeah, actually it did.
Okay.
Look over at the comment on the right.
Fair enough.
Is that drought resilient parks with the use of reclaimed water irrigation systems? Is that what you're suggesting, Matt?
I'm good with it actually the way it is, Nick. It's fine.
Okay.
So are we having a vote?
Are we voting?
Yes. We have a motion by Member Kilroy and a second by Member Eller. And Howard, then let's do
voting. I'm voting.
Let's put our hands up. How did we do, Leah?
We're at 19.
All right. So ordered.
Yay.
Okay. Hands down, and then before we move any further, is there a possible date?
You didn't ask for negatives.
I did not. I apologize for that. So, any no's? And Member Pisdor, I'm guessing you're the no?
Yes.
Okay, so we have one.
There are two no's.
Two no's. Who's the other no?
Almost.
Member Moses.
Okay, no, okay, thank you. So we have two no's. Still so ordered. Thank you very much. Brandy?
Yeah.
When can we have a 23B meeting?
Hold on. There we go. I had to reduce all of you for a moment. It's going to be hard this month. I think that there are a lot of dates already taken for other meetings, and our offices are closed for the last, like from the 22nd on. So we'd be moving into January, but I don't want to necessarily wait till the end of January. I don't, Lena, do you have an idea for, like, we could do the 5th because we don't have to do a lot for prep work. We could do, because normally we would have are we having the historic preservation on the 5th?
It's supposed, technically it's supposed to be scheduled for the 5th. That's the regular
Antonio
date.
said they were canceling that.
Yeah, because that's one date I know that we could do, and I just don't know with the other commissions. Lena, do you have any idea?
Yeah, you know what? Let me look at the
Helen,
commission calendar.
Can you stop sharing so that we can? There we go. Thank you very much.
Let me look at the city meeting calendar.
Thank you.
See if there's anything on the first Thursday of the month.
Well, that's a good one.
Yeah, because this month for December there isn't. Let me see.
Yeah, December's pretty full up.
The Youth Commission is supposed to, but they may still be on vacation. I don't know if the high schoolers go back to school yet that first week in January or not. But technically the Youth Commission meets the first Thursday of every other month. So January would be a meeting date. Let me see who else met this month.
We already grabbed the 10th for another meeting, so that's
I guess because technically council would meet the 4th and the 18th. Is that right, Brandy?
I think they'll probably have a meeting
on the 11th. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that date.
Maybe the 12th. Let me see if there's anything the second Wednesday. Oh no, Recreation and Parks meets the second Wednesday. Yeah. I know. Yeah,
you can just join us. So maybe the 5th or 6th. The 19th.
I can reach out to see if if they plan on counseling the Youth Commission for the 6th.
Yeah. So would commissioners be available on the 5th and 6th if one of those dates works?
And what nights are those? Or days?
Wednesday's the 5th and Thursday's the 6th.
Can we do a quick hand showing of the 5th and then the 6th, just to see if that works?
So the 5th.
The 5th.
The 5th.
I can do either one of those. So I'm going to raise my hand on both so we can do a quick hand count. So the 5th.
John can't make it.
11, 12.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? So
we've got 13 for sure on the 5th.
Okay, and then let's do the 6th. Just lower our hands and then or leave them up, whatever.
Were you trying to see if the high school looks like it's completely back that week?
Okay.
Yes, they are.
I'll find out though, because they have to do meeting prep, right? They have to post an agenda and all that. And so that would have to occur even before the Christmas break. So they may still cancel that meeting just because of logistics. So I'll talk to the rec coordinator that oversees that commission and find out.
And it's looking like we don't have for the 6th. We wouldn't have a quorum here.
I mean, if none of us are on those commissions, couldn't we have the meeting the same night as one of those other commissions?
Well, no,
Also,
the
aren't we
issue is
missing
now
a bunch?
it's the broadcasting. So that's why we can't have, when it used to just be when you guys would just meet in the in the library that it could work.
So there's only one channel for.
Yeah, now it's the virtual and the broadcasting. That's the issue.
Are we missing a bunch of members? We're not polling everyone here, right?
We were missing, 3 members?
Really? I thought we had like
Right.
30 members. Did we drop?
No, we had
did we drop off?
27 and we're down.
Okay.
We're down to 20, we're down to 23 members now. And
Oh, wow.
we're 20 in
Okay.
attendance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you for checking. It's better.
So I was like, wait a minute.
And what about the 13th? Lena, something on that night? Just
I'm gone January. I'm out of the country till the 14th or 15th, something like that.
okay.
So
Yeah, the 13th would be, sorry, so that's the second Thursday
Yeah,
is technically budget and finance.
finance, but we don't know if they'll have it. Let's tentatively look at the 5th. And we'll talk with our staff tomorrow to confirm if they're going to have historic preservation. It's rare that they, haven't heard anything as far as any, seen any staff reports on that. So usually they'll get that out early, but we can check in. So let's tentatively plan on the 5th. If not, we'll firm up any additional dates that might be available. Apologies that this is kind of our life right now.
Well, it's a lot to do. So
Right.
So
I say the 19th, but I've got a meeting on the 18th and the 20th. So, and I don't know that we want to go out that far if we can do the 5th.
What can we send out a tentative placeholder then on the 5th so we just have it and we know it's coming?
Yeah.
It can be a tentative. GPAC 23B.
We'll know first thing in the morning. So by 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning, we'll be able to tell you that it's the 5th.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on the agenda that we need to cover other than adjourn to continue our meeting to January 5th, tentatively to January 5th?
I just had a question on this topic, but not related to policies.
Okay.
May I ask?
Sure.
So I made some other comments to the document that are some are factual, some are added factual issues, some are additive. I'm just wondering, we're not covering, the text of the document, just the policies. What's your plan with that?
We will be. We had that once we got through the goals and policies tonight.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go over any remaining comments on the document. So we will have that at the end of.
Yeah, we were going to do that from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
I do appreciate that you guys are tight on your time frames.
What day?
Okay. No, there's no other items. So
We have public comment.
oh yeah, thank you, Sean. I apologize. Yeah.
Okay, so Lena, do we have anybody?
No, there's no one signed up and there's no additional e-comment. So just confirming there's no additional public comment at this time.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I
Continue
will,
this item.
what was that?
And we'll just continue this item.
Yeah, so I'll entertain the motion to continue to January 5th for the rest of our agenda.
second,
So moved. All right. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
No objections, so ordered.
No objections. Perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you all so
Thank
much
you,
for all your
everybody.
hard work.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Brandy.
great job.
And Sean, thank you so much.
This is
Lena.
all Sean. This is
Hallie. This is Hallie and Lena.
No.
This is how we ended our meeting last year too. It was all the accolades to everyone.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Happy
everyone.
holidays.
happy,
Happy
what is
holidays.
it, third night.